China react so strongly when the Philippines and Vietnam discussed maritime boundaries? Why did Beijing condemn Japan and the Philippines for negotiating a maritime border east of Taiwan?
中方已经多次阐明了严正立场，我们愿重申，中国在台湾岛以东海域拥有专属经济区和大陆架。中方有关部门在该海域开展相关活动。
And why are Chinese Coast Guard ships suddenly appearing in areas far beyond the traditional South China Sea disputes? The answer has very little to do with ships. It has everything to do with maps. Because for the first time in decades, a growing coalition of Asian states is attempting to replace China's strategic ambiguity with internationally recognized maritime boundaries. The immediate trigger for this emerging geopolitical contest came in June 2026. On June 1st, the Philippines and Vietnam upgraded their relationship to an enhanced strategic partnership, declaring that peace, stability, freedom of navigation, and a rules-based order in the South China Sea were, in President Ferdinand Marcos Jr.'s words, non-negotiable.
We are not only marking a half-century of diplomatic ties and our shared aspirations for peace, stability, and prosperity.
Both governments also reaffirmed their commitment to resolving maritime disputes through international law, specifically the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, and the 2016 South China Sea arbitration ruling. But this was not simply another diplomatic summit. The Philippines and Vietnam also agreed to deepen maritime security cooperation, expand defense coordination, and strengthen Coast Guard cooperation in the South China Sea. These were significant steps between two countries that themselves have overlapping maritime claims in the Spratly Islands. Then came a second development. Japan and the Philippines announced that they would formally begin negotiations to delimit their exclusive economic zones and continental shelves east of Taiwan in accordance with international law. China's response was immediate. Beijing declared the negotiations completely illegal, null and void, arguing that the maritime areas involved fell within waters associated with China's sovereignty claims over Taiwan.
Tokyo's top government spokesman has said that China Coast Guard activity in Japan's exclusive economic zone, south of Yonaguni Island, and territorial claims on those waters is unacceptable. What is the Foreign Ministry's comment? Thank you.
中方已经多次阐明了严正立场，我们愿重申，中国在台湾岛以东海域拥有专属经济区和大陆架。中方有关部门在该海域开展相关活动。
Within days, the Chinese Coast Guard announced that it had begun conducting law enforcement patrols east of Taiwan in direct response to the Japan-Philippines negotiations. At first glance, these events appear unrelated. A diplomatic summit in Manila, a maritime negotiation east of Taiwan, Chinese Coast Guard patrols in the Pacific. But Beijing's reaction revealed something much larger. China was not simply objecting to a particular maritime negotiation. It was reacting to a process in which regional states are increasingly attempting to replace disputed maritime space with internationally recognized legal boundaries. And nowhere is that challenge more consequential than in the South China Sea itself. To understand why maritime delimitation matters so much, we first need to understand a simple but revolutionary idea introduced by the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Under modern international law, countries do not simply claim oceans because they historically sailed through them, discovered islands centuries ago, or drew lines on maps. Instead, maritime rights are generated primarily by geography. Under UNCLOS, coastal states may claim a 12 nautical mile territorial sea where they exercise sovereignty, a 24 nautical mile contiguous zone where they may enforce certain laws, and most importantly, a 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone, or EEZ, where they possess sovereign rights over fisheries, energy resources, and the seabed. This system transformed the oceans from spaces defined largely by history into spaces defined largely by geography. And nowhere has this transformation created more controversy than in the South China Sea, because 7 different political entities claim rights in these waters, and each of them believes international law supports its position. China's position is unique because it combines two very different arguments. First, like every coastal state under UNCLOS, China possesses legitimate maritime rights generated by its mainland coastline, Hainan Island, and other territories under its control. But Beijing also advances a second argument, that China possesses historical rights within the so-called Nine-Dash Line. This line, first published by the Republic of China government in 1947, and later adopted by the People's Republic of China, encloses approximately 80 to 90% of the South China Sea. Within this area, Beijing claims historical rights based on centuries of navigation, fishing activity, administration, and discovery. China further claims sovereignty over two major island groups, the Paracel Islands and the Spratly Islands. If accepted, these claims would give China strategic influence over one of the world's most important maritime regions. However, in 2016, the Permanent Court of Arbitration ruled that China's historical rights claims inside the Nine-Dash Line had no legal basis under UNCLOS. China rejected the ruling and continues to maintain that historical rights, historical usage, and historical administration remain valid foundations of sovereignty. And this disagreement lies at the center of the South China Sea dispute itself. Vietnam possesses one of the longest coastlines facing the South China Sea. Like China, Vietnam claims sovereignty over both the Paracel Islands and the Spratly Islands. However, unlike China, Vietnam's modern maritime claims are largely framed within the legal architecture of UNCLOS. Vietnam argues that much of the South China Sea falls within maritime zones generated by its extensive coastline. At the same time, Hanoi also invokes historical evidence, arguing that Vietnamese dynasties exercised authority over disputed islands centuries before the emergence of modern international law. Vietnam currently occupies the largest number of features in the Spratly Islands after China. Its strategic position is therefore unusual. Vietnam simultaneously relies upon history, geography, and international law. This makes Vietnam both one of China's strongest competitors in the South China Sea and one of the strongest advocates of a rules-based maritime order. The Philippines bases almost all of its South China Sea claims on modern international law. As an archipelagic state under UNCLOS, the Philippines generates maritime rights from its archipelagic baselines and its 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone. Manila refers to portions of these waters as the West Philippine Sea. The Philippines does not claim ownership of the entire South China Sea. Instead, it argues that several disputed features and maritime zones lie well within its internationally recognized EEZ. This legal strategy culminated in the landmark 2016 arbitration case against China. The tribunal ruled overwhelmingly in Manila's favor, concluding that China's claims to historical rights inside the Nine-Dash Line had no lawful basis under UNCLOS. Yet the ruling also revealed one of the central paradoxes of international politics. International law can determine legal rights, but it cannot automatically enforce them. And 10 years later, that contradiction remains unresolved. Malaysia's claims are among the most legally conservative in the South China Sea. Unlike China and Vietnam, Kuala Lumpur generally avoids historical arguments. Instead, Malaysia bases its claims almost entirely on continental shelf provisions, exclusive economic zones, and maritime rights established under UNCLOS. Malaysia occupies several features in the southern Spratly Islands and has increasingly expanded its claims through submissions to the United Nations Commission on the limits of the continental shelf. This legal strategy seeks to transform contested maritime areas into internationally recognized jurisdictions. And in many ways, Malaysia represents precisely the type of legal approach that concerns Beijing most.
We do, on the basis of our consistent position since the beginning, not to allow for the situation to aggravate into a military tension.
Brunei possesses the smallest and perhaps the most straightforward claim in the South China Sea. Unlike nearly every other claimant, Brunei does not claim sovereignty over distant island groups based on history. Instead, its claims derive almost entirely from its exclusive economic zone under UNCLOS. Brunei's strategy reflects the purest expression of the modern maritime legal order. If geography generates rights, then geography alone should determine those rights. Indonesia presents one of the South China Sea's most interesting cases. Officially, Indonesia is not a claimant to the Spratly Islands. However, China's 9-dash line overlaps with Indonesia's exclusive economic zone north of the Natuna Islands. Jakarta rejects China's historical rights claims entirely. Instead, Indonesia insists that the dispute is not about sovereignty over islands. It is about whether historical rights can override internationally recognized maritime boundaries. This disagreement has repeatedly produced confrontations between Chinese fishing fleets, Chinese Coast Guard vessels, and Indonesian maritime forces. Taiwan occupies perhaps the most unusual legal position in the South China Sea. The Republic of China government originally drew the maritime boundary that later evolved into China's 9-dash line. As a result, Taiwan's constitutional claims remain nearly identical to those of the People's Republic of China. Taiwan controls Taiping Island, also known as Itu Aba, the largest naturally occurring feature in the Spratly Islands. Yet Taiwan simultaneously rejects Beijing's sovereignty claims over Taiwan itself. This creates one of the great geopolitical paradoxes of the South China Sea. Two governments that deny each other's legitimacy continue to defend nearly identical historical maritime claims. And this brings us to the central question. If every country believes international law supports its position, why did China react so strongly when the Philippines and Vietnam began discussing maritime delimitation? The answer lies not in who claims the South China Sea, but in who gets to draw its final map.
To the enduring, deepening, and enhanced strategic partnership between the Philippines and Vietnam, to the peace, prosperity, and development of the ASEAN region and the wider Indo-Pacific. Mabuhay and Chukmu.
For decades, China's strategy in the South China Sea has benefited from one crucial advantage: ambiguity. The 9-dash line never precisely defined where China's maritime rights began or ended. It created a strategic space where overlapping claims, uncertain boundaries, and competing interpretations could coexist. This ambiguity gave Beijing flexibility. But today, a growing number of regional states are pursuing a very different strategy. The Philippines and Vietnam are expanding maritime cooperation while exploring the delimitation of overlapping maritime claims under international law. At the same time, Japan and the Philippines have launched formal negotiations to delimit their exclusive economic zones and continental shelves east of Taiwan in accordance with UNCLOS. China reacted by dispatching Coast Guard vessels into the area and declaring the negotiations illegal. This trend extends beyond bilateral negotiations. Malaysia, Vietnam, and the Philippines have increasingly used submissions to the United Nations Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf to formalize maritime claims through internationally recognized legal procedures. Coast Guard cooperation has expanded among Southeast Asian states. Strategic partnerships have deepened. Maritime surveillance networks have grown more integrated. Taken individually, these developments may appear technical. Taken together, they represent something far more significant. A growing coalition of regional states is attempting to convert disputed political space into legal geography. In other words, they are not merely challenging China's claims. They are attempting to redraw the strategic map of the South China Sea itself, and this helps explain why Beijing reacted so strongly. Because if ambiguity has historically strengthened China's position, then legally recognized maritime boundaries could gradually do the opposite. To understand why China reacted so strongly to maritime delimitation talks, we need to understand what maritime boundaries actually do. Every successful maritime delimitation creates three things: internationally recognized coordinates, internationally recognized jurisdiction, and internationally recognized rights. Once maritime boundaries are formally negotiated, mapped, and deposited under international legal procedures, they become far more difficult to challenge politically. They transform contested maritime space into recognized legal geography. And this is precisely where China's strategic interests diverge from those of many of its neighbors. For decades, China's position in the South China Sea has benefited from a degree of strategic ambiguity. The 9-dash line itself does not precisely define maritime boundaries. Instead, it creates a broad historical claim that overlaps with the exclusive economic zones of the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia. This ambiguity provides strategic flexibility. It allows China to assert historical rights, challenge competing interpretations, and maintain influence across a maritime space that remains legally unresolved. As several legal scholars have argued, maintaining uncertainty over maritime delimitation can itself become a form of strategic leverage. The emerging coalition of regional states is pursuing a different approach. Their objective is not ambiguity, it is precision. They seek maps, coordinates, treaties, and legal certainty. This is why the Philippines pursued arbitration against China in 2013. It is why Vietnam and the Philippines are expanding maritime coordination today. It is why Malaysia has submitted extended continental shelf claims to the United Nations. And it is why Japan and the Philippines are negotiating maritime boundaries east of Taiwan. From Beijing's perspective, these are not isolated legal actions. They are part of a broader process that could gradually replace political ambiguity with internationally recognized maritime boundaries. The 2016 South China Sea arbitration illustrates this dilemma. The tribunal concluded that China's historical rights claims within the 9-dash line had no legal basis under UNCLOS, and that maritime rights must derive primarily from the convention's legal framework rather than historical usage. China rejected the ruling and argued that questions of sovereignty and historical rights could not be resolved through the arbitration process. This reveals the deeper strategic contest unfolding in the South China Sea. The dispute is no longer simply about reefs, islands, or fishing grounds. It is about which map of Asia will ultimately prevail. A map based on historical rights and strategic influence, or a map based on coordinates, treaties, and international law. And this raises a larger geopolitical question. If countries such as the Philippines, Vietnam, Japan, and Malaysia continue transforming disputed maritime space into legal geography, what happens to a strategy that depends on ambiguity? For much of the past 3 decades, China approached the South China Sea largely as a series of bilateral disputes. China versus the Philippines, China versus Vietnam, China versus Malaysia, China versus individual claimants. But that strategic environment is beginning to change. Today, the South China Sea increasingly resembles a contest between China and an emerging network of middle powers. The Philippines and Vietnam are strengthening maritime and defense cooperation. Japan has become a major security partner for the Philippines and is expanding maritime cooperation throughout Southeast Asia. Australia has increased its security engagement with regional states and regularly supports freedom of navigation and international maritime law. Indonesia continues to reject China's historical claims near the Natuna Islands, while Malaysia has increasingly relied on international legal mechanisms to defend its maritime rights. These countries do not constitute a formal alliance, but they are increasingly cooperating through strategic partnerships, Coast Guard coordination, intelligence sharing, defense agreements, and legal cooperation under international law. In many ways, this resembles one of the oldest patterns in international politics, the balance of power. As the influence of one major power expands, neighboring states often respond not by acting alone, but by gradually forming networks of cooperation and collective deterrence. The developments we have discussed reveal a much larger transformation taking place across the Indo-Pacific. For decades, the South China Sea was often viewed as a collection of territorial disputes, reefs, islands, fishing grounds, and competing maritime claims. But increasingly, the dispute is becoming something much bigger. A contest between 2 different ways of organizing maritime Asia. The first is China's maritime order, an order based on historical rights, sovereignty claims, strategic influence, and zones of political control. The second is the maritime order envisioned by the Philippines, Vietnam, Japan, and many other regional states under UNCLOS. An order based on coordinates, exclusive economic zones, continental shelves, treaties, and internationally recognized boundaries. Neither of these visions is likely to disappear. And that raises perhaps the most important geopolitical question facing the Indo-Pacific today. Can two competing legal maps coexist in the same ocean? Or will the South China Sea become the first major theater where international law and great power politics collide directly? Because ultimately, the struggle unfolding in the South China Sea is not simply about who owns a reef. It is about who gets to draw the map of Asia in the 21st century.
If they can, why can't we? In the contested waters of the South China Sea, China has transformed barren reefs into militarized fortresses, and Vietnam has dotted the region with its own outposts. The Philippines, despite sitting at the heart of this maritime crossroads, lags with temporary shelters and a lone, rusting warship at Ayungin Shoal. This raises a pressing question. Why is a nation with so much at stake leaving its territory exposed? The time to act is now. Building permanent structures isn't just about territorial claims. It's about survival, sovereignty, and sending a bold message to the world. If the Philippines wants to stand tall amidst the storm of rising tensions, it must anchor its presence with steel and stone in these disputed waters. The South China Sea isn't just a map of blue waters and scattered islands. It's the lifeline of global trade, a pantry of natural resources, and a chessboard of international politics. For the Philippines, it represents more than territory. It symbolizes national pride, economic opportunity, and geopolitical leverage. While China builds fortified islands and Vietnam establishes strongholds, the Philippines risks being left behind in the contest for control. The South China Sea hosts 1/3 of the world's maritime trade, with over $3 trillion worth of goods passing through its waters annually. This makes it a critical artery for the global economy and a valuable asset for any nation holding sway over it. Beneath its waves lie abundant fish stocks that sustain millions of Filipinos, while its seabed holds untapped oil and gas reserves that could fuel the country's energy needs for decades. But this bounty comes with a cost: intensified territorial disputes that threaten the Philippines' sovereign rights and economic future. While the Philippines deliberates, China and Vietnam act. China has turned barren reefs into unsinkable aircraft carriers, complete with runways, missile systems, and radar stations, asserting its dominance across the region. Vietnam, though less flashy, has strategically built its own outposts, reinforcing its claims with quiet determination. These actions don't just mark territory, they strengthen supply chains, enable military presence, and deter foreign incursions. For the Philippines to ensure its sovereignty, it must do more than protest. It must construct. Permanent structures send a clear message: this is ours. They act as physical manifestations of sovereignty and footholds for defense, research, and resource exploration. By establishing these in disputed waters, the Philippines can protect its exclusive economic zone, EEZ, bolster its claim in international courts, and secure vital resources for future generations. These structures can serve as hubs for maritime law enforcement, environmental conservation, and even tourism, showcasing Filipino ingenuity and resilience to the world. The Philippines has every right to assert its presence in the South China Sea. Building permanent structures isn't about provoking conflict, it's about protecting what is ours. It's about securing the fisheries that feed our communities, safeguarding the energy resources that fuel our industries, and standing firm against encroachments that threaten our sovereignty. For a nation that values freedom and independence, this is a necessary step to ensure that future generations can enjoy the bounty of these waters. With rising tensions and ongoing construction by neighboring countries, hesitation is not an option. The Philippines must act decisively, supported by its people and allies, to build a future where the South China Sea remains a source of national pride and prosperity. It's time for Filipinos to unite in protecting our rightful place in these contested waters, because sovereignty isn't just claimed, it's built. The Philippines' claim to portions of the South China Sea is firmly rooted in international law, particularly the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS. Under UNCLOS, the Philippines is entitled to an exclusive economic zone, EEZ, extending 200 nautical miles from its baseline, granting it sovereign rights over resources within this area. This framework was reinforced in 2016 when the Permanent Court of Arbitration invalidated China's sweeping 9-line claim. The landmark ruling not only affirmed the Philippines' sovereignty over specific areas, such as the Spratly Islands, but also emphasized the legal principle that maritime entitlements must align with geographical features, not arbitrary historical claims. However, despite this legal victory, the Philippines has faced immense challenges in translating this ruling into actionable sovereignty. China has reshaped the South China Sea, quite literally.
We do not possess any legal authority to patrol within the Philippines' exclusive economic zone. You are directed to depart immediately.
Through aggressive land reclamation projects, reefs and rocks have morphed into fortified artificial islands. Take Fiery Cross Reef and Mischief Reef, for example, once submerged features, now transformed into sprawling military bases, complete with airstrips, radar facilities, and missile installations. These outposts serve as unsinkable carriers, enabling China to project power far beyond its mainland. Despite international condemnation, Beijing's actions continue unabated as it seeks to turn the South China Sea into a maritime stronghold under its de facto control. While China's expansion garners headlines, Vietnam has also been actively consolidating its presence. With a history of standing up to larger powers, Vietnam has fortified its claims through a combination of diplomatic savvy and strategic construction. On Spratly Island and other key features, Vietnam has built airstrips, lighthouses, and even small military garrisons. These installations serve dual purposes, asserting sovereignty and providing logistical support for maritime activities. Unlike China's overwhelming approach, Vietnam's strategy is calculated, highlighting its determination to hold ground without excessive provocation. Against this backdrop, the Philippines has yet to fully capitalize on its legal triumph. While it holds moral and legal high ground, these victories remain symbolic without a physical presence to back them up. Neighboring states have demonstrated that permanent structures are more than just buildings. They are declarations of sovereignty, practical hubs for resource management, and deterrence to encroachment. The South China Sea is a stage where history, law, and strategy converge. To protect its future, the Philippines must recognize that sovereignty is not just defended in courtrooms, but also on the ground, or, in this case, the reefs and islands of the contested sea. Building permanent structures in the South China Sea is not just a matter of construction, it's a declaration of sovereignty. These structures act as tangible markers of territorial control, sending a clear message to foreign powers that Philippine waters are not open for encroachment. More importantly, they serve as strategic forward operating bases for the Philippine Navy and Coast Guard. With permanent facilities, the Philippines can establish constant surveillance over contested areas, monitor illegal activities like poaching or unregulated fishing, and deploy rapid response teams to address threats. In a region where territorial boundaries are challenged daily, these structures are essential for safeguarding the nation's sovereignty and securing its maritime borders. The South China Sea is a treasure trove of natural resources, and permanent structures can help ensure the Philippines' rightful access to them. The region is believed to hold approximately 11 billion barrels of oil and 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, resources that could significantly reduce the country's reliance on foreign energy imports. Its fisheries support the livelihoods of millions of Filipinos and contribute substantially to food security. However, illegal fishing and environmental degradation threaten these resources. Establishing permanent structures allows for better regulation and protection of marine ecosystems, ensuring the long-term sustainability of these economic lifelines. By investing in these facilities, the Philippines is investing in its economic future. In the arena of international diplomacy, actions often speak louder than words. Permanent structures strengthen the Philippines' negotiating position in multilateral discussions, whether within ASEAN or on global platforms like the United Nations. They serve as physical evidence of the country's commitment to defending its territory and rights. This level of commitment not only deters further aggression from rival claimants, but also garners respect and support from allies. By projecting a strong and active presence, the Philippines can shape regional dynamics in its favor and ensure its voice is heard in the ongoing disputes over the South China Sea. For the Philippines, the construction of permanent structures in the South China Sea isn't just a choice, it's a necessity. These structures would fortify sovereignty, safeguard critical economic resources, and enhance the nation's standing in both regional and global affairs. In a contested sea where every reef and rock matters, the time to act decisively is now. By building, the Philippines not only secures its present, but also lays the foundation for a more resilient and prosperous future. Between 2013 and 2018, China undertook a massive island-building campaign, reclaiming over 3,200 acres of land across disputed areas in the South China Sea. Strategic locations such as Fiery Cross Reef, Subi Reef, and Mischief Reef were transformed into fortified military installations equipped with missile systems, radar installations, and airstrips. These structures act as power projection hubs, allowing China to maintain a constant military presence and exert control over vital shipping lanes. Beyond their military utility, these artificial islands symbolize China's unwavering intent to dominate the region, creating facts on the ground that are difficult to challenge diplomatically or militarily. Vietnam, while lacking China's resources, has employed a more calculated and balanced approach to the South China Sea. It has focused on building smaller but strategically positioned structures on features such as Spratly Island and others within its claimed territories. Unlike China's overtly militarized strategy, Vietnam has reinforced its claims by establishing lighthouses, airstrips, and modest facilities. This infrastructure not only strengthens its territorial control, but also supports maritime navigation and resource management. Diplomatically, Vietnam has complemented these actions with active engagement in multilateral forums, advocating for peaceful resolutions, while quietly consolidating its physical presence in the contested waters. Both China and Vietnam illustrate the consequences of inaction. While the Philippines celebrates its legal victory at the Permanent Court of Arbitration, delays in translating this into on-the-ground action have allowed rivals to solidify their dominance. Every year without tangible developments risks further marginalization of Philippine claims. A balanced strategy is essential. Like Vietnam, the Philippines can combine diplomatic engagement with infrastructure development, ensuring that its claims are both legally and physically reinforced. It can learn from China's ability to secure its interests by integrating military readiness with strategic construction. Permanent structures are not just physical assets, they are geopolitical tools. By establishing well-placed installations, the Philippines can assert control, monitor activities, and create a foundation for future resource exploitation and territorial defense. China's island building and Vietnam's strategic positioning offer valuable lessons for the Philippines. While China demonstrates the power of large-scale initiatives, Vietnam showcases the effectiveness of pragmatic, resource-conscious actions. For the Philippines, the path forward lies in learning from both approaches, acting decisively to build infrastructure that asserts sovereignty while leveraging diplomatic avenues to gain international support. The window for meaningful action is narrowing. Delay is not an option. China continues to assert dominance in the South China Sea through aggressive tactics like regular patrols, harassment of Philippine vessels, and the 2019 Reed Bank incident, where a Chinese vessel rammed a Filipino fishing boat. Its gray zone strategy leverages non-military means, such as deploying militia fishing fleets, to intimidate and assert control without triggering direct conflict. The Philippines' presence in the South China Sea remains limited to small, underdeveloped outposts, such as Pag-asa Island, Thitu Island. In stark contrast, China and Vietnam have constructed fortified installations, including airstrips and military bases, enabling them to consolidate control over their claimed territories. This disparity weakens the Philippines' territorial claims and operational capabilities. Budgetary limitations hinder the Philippines' ability to undertake large-scale reclamation or infrastructure projects. Furthermore, political caution, driven by concerns over escalating tensions with China, has delayed decisive action. These constraints leave the Philippines vulnerable to further encroachments in its territorial waters. The Philippines must adopt a multi-phase approach to solidify its presence in the South China Sea. Phase 1 focuses on upgrading Pag-asa Island, one of the Philippines' few inhabited outposts in the disputed waters. Enhancements like expanded airstrips, modern harbors, and better accommodations will not only improve military logistics, but also enable rapid response to maritime security challenges. These improvements will make Pag-asa Island a forward base for defense operations, maritime patrols, and humanitarian responses. Moving into Phase 2, the Philippines should reclaim and fortify additional reefs and islands within its exclusive economic zone EEZ. With strategic placement, these structures will enhance territorial claims and disrupt any further encroachments by China and other rivals. This phased approach ensures incremental but consistent progress in strengthening sovereignty over contested waters. Securing international collaboration is critical to realizing this ambitious plan. The Philippines can tap into partnerships with the US, Japan, and Australia to secure financial and technological support. For instance, in 2024, the US pledged over $100 million under the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, EDCA, aimed at bolstering Philippine defense infrastructure. The Philippines can leverage international rulings, like the 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration decision, which invalidated China's expansive claims. This ruling serves as a powerful tool in rallying global support and condemning China's aggressive actions. With increasing tensions in the region, the Philippines can capitalize on a rising international consensus around maintaining a free and open Indo-Pacific to further its objectives. While strengthening its physical presence is paramount, the Philippines must also maintain a balanced approach to diplomacy. Building stronger ties within ASEAN is vital for ensuring a unified resistance against unilateral actions, particularly those by China. ASEAN's collective voice can amplify the Philippines' stance on peaceful resolutions, while providing a diplomatic shield against potential retaliation. At the same time, the Philippines must reinforce its territorial claims through action, through the construction of permanent structures and a visible, sustained presence on the ground. This dual approach will send a strong message. The Philippines is committed to both diplomacy and defending its sovereignty at all costs. China's successful occupation of Mischief Reef in 1994 stands as a stark reminder of the dangers of inaction. Despite the reef being located within the Philippines' exclusive economic zone, a delayed response allowed China to transform it into a heavily fortified military base, complete with airstrips, radar systems, and missile installations. The failure to assert control in the early stages has provided China with a significant military foothold in the region, undermining the Philippines' sovereignty over this strategic area. This case underscores the urgent need for proactive measures, including the construction of permanent structures to prevent similar scenarios from unfolding in other contested territories. In contrast, Vietnam's approach to the South China Sea has been characterized by consistent strategic development of infrastructure on disputed islands, particularly in the Spratlys. Vietnam has built lighthouses, airstrips, and military outposts on islands like Spratly Island, reinforcing its territorial claims. These efforts have helped Vietnam maintain control over these areas, demonstrating the effectiveness of a long-term multi-phase approach to territorial defense. By establishing permanent structures, Vietnam has not only strengthened its territorial claims, but also deterred further encroachments from rival states, including China. The Philippines' efforts on Pag-asa Island, while commendable, remain insufficient in the face of growing regional challenges. Although there have been modest upgrades, such as the construction of an airstrip and basic infrastructure, these improvements are far from the robust, permanent structures seen in China and Vietnam. This lack of substantial infrastructure leaves the Philippines vulnerable to further incursions and weakens its ability to assert its claims effectively. The limited presence on Pag-asa Island highlights the urgent need for a more aggressive and comprehensive strategy to secure the country's interests in the South China Sea.
Verbal challenges ang binibigay ng nakakaalarma na verbal challenges ng Chinese Navy sa aming eroplano. I think na-experience nyo din po yan sa inyong eroplano. At gusto ko lang pong sabihin kung nakikinig po sila. Ito po ang teritoryo ng Republika ng Pilipinas.
Philippine water, no fishing. Philippine water, no fishing. No fishing, my friend.
Nakangiti lang sila no?
Out, Philippine water, no fishing.
Building permanent structures in the South China Sea is no longer a choice, it is a critical necessity. The Philippines must establish a visible, durable presence in these disputed waters to protect its sovereignty, safeguard vital resources, and ensure national security. Failure to act decisively could result in losing strategic areas, further compromising the country's position in the region. The Philippines must learn from the successes of China and Vietnam, embracing a strategy that combines infrastructure development with strong diplomatic efforts. By strengthening its presence and leveraging international law and cooperation, the Philippines can better defend its rights in the South China Sea. Bold, calculated actions today will secure the nation's long-term prosperity and regional stability, ensuring its rightful claims are honored and protected for generations to come. Thank you for tuning into our channel. If you enjoyed the video, please remember to like, share it with your friends, and subscribe to our channel for more in-depth analysis of global issues. Picture three things happening on the same day. U.S. Navy and Army transport ships anchored at Subic Bay in the Philippines in an unusual pattern at a facility that America has not officially used in over 30 years. At Scarborough Shoal, a piece of water that China has aggressively guarded for over a decade, Chinese patrol vessels went unusually quiet. And a Vietnamese armed vessel was tracked near Fiery Cross Reef, China's most fortified military installation in the South China Sea. Read any one of those stories alone, and it looks like a routine maritime update. But read all three together, and something much bigger comes into focus. This was not three separate events. This was one moment. And that moment is telling us something important about who actually holds leverage in the South China Sea right now. Start with Subic Bay, because it is the anchor of this whole story. For most of the Cold War, Subic Bay was the largest American naval base in all of Asia. Ships were repaired there. Sailors were stationed there. It was the hub of U.S. power projection across the entire Pacific. Then, in 1992, the U.S. left. The Philippine Senate voted not to renew the base agreement, and after 100 years of American presence, the flag came down. Subic Bay became a commercial port, a free port zone. History, or so it seemed. In March 2026, U.S. Army soldiers from the 25th Infantry Division and local partners were photographed offloading trucks and helicopters from a military sealift command vessel directly onto the docks at Subic Bay. The equipment went straight into Agila Subic, a 300-hectare complex owned by an American investment firm called Cerberus Capital Management, sitting right across the bay. This was not a routine port call. The Army contracted private security to guard what its own documents called, and this is a direct quote from official contract records, sensitive military assets expected to remain staged at Subic between 2026 and 2027. At the same time, the Marine Corps quietly leased a 57,000 square foot warehouse at the former Naval Supply Depot. The U.S. Navy issued solicitation documents for a climate-controlled facility near Subic large enough to make it, if built, the biggest American prepositioning site anywhere in the Pacific since the Cold War. Bigger than the Marine Corps' largest stockpile in Norway. Let that land for a second. Here is the thing most people get wrong when they see transport ships. They look for the missiles. They look for the destroyers and the carrier strike groups. That is what war looks like on television. But before any of that can happen, before a single fighter jet launches or a single Marine unit deploys, you need supply chains. You need fuel, spare parts, ammunition, vehicles, maintenance equipment. You need somewhere to offload all of it, stage it, and move it forward quickly. That is what transport ships and logistics warehouses actually mean. They do not signal a fight that is starting. They signal the capacity to sustain a fight if one comes.
Everybody works together to get, the mission accomplished, and that mission was to show that we're capable of, offloading gear and equipment, rolling stock from ship onto shore.
Scarborough Shoal, the contested feature that China has controlled since 2012, sits just 30 nautical miles from Subic Bay. That is not an accident of geography. That is the entire point. Now here is where the story gets interesting, because the most important thing that happened at Scarborough Shoal during this period was not what China did. It was what China stopped doing. To understand why that matters, you need to know what Scarborough has looked like for the past year. In May 2026, AFP monitoring confirmed 36 Chinese vessels, 19 of them near Scarborough Shoal alone, operating across 4 key West Philippine Sea features in a single week. In the first week of January, there were 41 Chinese ships and boats across those same 4 features. The Philippine Navy described the trend clearly: increased presence from the China Navy, the Coast Guard, and the Maritime Militia. In April 2026, satellite imagery showed China had installed a 352-meter floating barrier across the lagoon entrance at Scarborough. 6 Maritime Militia vessels were inside the lagoon, 3 more blocking the entrance from outside, and a naval or Coast Guard ship was parked just beyond. Filipino fishermen, whose families have fished those waters for generations, could not get through. This was the pattern: aggressive, persistent, grinding, water cannons, barriers, blocking maneuvers. China's Coast Guard even collided with China's Navy destroyer while chasing a Philippine vessel in August 2025, and still the pressure continued. Then, in late May, something shifted. From May 26 to 30, a U.S. Coast Guard cutter joined the Philippine Navy frigate Burp Antonio Luna and a Philippine Coast Guard vessel for a maritime patrol that brought them within 35 to 40 nautical miles of Scarborough Shoal. It was the first time a U.S. Coast Guard ship had ever joined Philippine forces for this kind of cooperative patrol at that proximity to the shoal. This is also the same period in which the Philippine Defense Secretary publicly confirmed at the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore that the Philippines had received again. His words, raw information indicating that China may have already begun placing structures at Scarborough.
South China Sea activities, sea encounters. Once again, we are smaller countries. It would be foolhardy for us to initiate encounters, particularly in areas where we know, because we resort to legal means, we have no right to be in. Unfortunately, once again, the encounters are caused by an occupant without any right.
The same feature. The feature China declared a national nature reserve last year. A designation that every analyst watching the South China Sea recognized as the same legal groundwork Beijing used before turning submerged reefs into military islands. China looked at all of this: the U.S. logistics buildup at Subic, the U.S. Coast Guard patrolling near its contested shoal, The international spotlight at Shangri-La and its patrol vessels went quiet. Beijing does not retreat without calculation. It never has, buying time and goodwill while quietly moving ahead with construction, or a tactical pause ahead of a different move. The Philippine military noted it plainly. After the U.S.-Philippine patrol concluded, the China Southern Theater Command announced it had held combat readiness exercises around Scarborough. The app checked the data and said there was no evidence of any synchronized exercise taking place. The announcement was the message, not the activity. The absence of China's Coast Guard in that window is not reassurance. It is a chess move. Now bring in the third piece of this puzzle. Fiery Cross Reef. China built it, dredged it up from a submerged rock, paved a 3,000-meter runway on it, installed anti-ship and anti-aircraft missile batteries, underground storage tunnels, hangars capable of sheltering 24 aircraft, radar systems, and a deep-water naval harbor. Vietnam claims it. Vietnam calls it theft. Vietnam has never forgotten that the last time its forces confronted China near Fiery Cross at Johnson South Reef in 1988, 64 Vietnamese sailors were killed. So when Vietnam sends an armed vessel near Fiery Cross, it is not reckless. Vietnam is one of the most careful players in this sea. Hanoi does not do proximity operations near China's premier military installation out of impulse. It does them when the environment feels right. And the environment right now is quite different from what it was even a year ago. By August 2025, Vietnam had completed land reclamation on all 21 of its occupied outposts in the Spratly Islands. It built a new runway on Barkay Canada Reef long enough for military aircraft to land. It constructed 8 new harbors across the island chain. The CSIS Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative noted that Vietnam had created about 70% as much artificial land in the Spratlys as China, and was on pace to match or surpass it. An expert at Honolulu's Asia-Pacific Center for Security Studies put it clearly: the South China Sea is, in his words, an existential issue for Vietnam. 90% of Vietnam's exports to the world travel through these waters. Vietnam is not a bystander in this sea. It is a claimant that has been quietly building its position for years, and it moves when it senses the moment is right. A Vietnamese armed vessel near Fiery Cross Reef, in the same window that American logistics are massing at Subic Bay and Chinese Coast Guard vessels are pausing at Scarborough, is not coincidence. It is timing. Hanoi looked at the strategic picture and decided this was a moment to remind Beijing that Vietnam is present, watching, and not intimidated. Step back and look at all three together. American logistics depth at Subic Bay, Chinese patrol activity pausing at Scarborough, Vietnamese proximity operations near Fiery Cross. 3 separate governments, 3 separate decisions, made without coordination, but all 3 reading the same shift and all 3 moving accordingly. That is what a real power shift looks like. Not a battle, not a treaty, not a summit, just behavior changing. Because behavior always follows capability. There is an important context here that is easy to miss. The Iran war pulled a U.S. carrier strike group away from the South China Sea. For a period, Beijing had more room to maneuver. China's militia fleet hit a record daily average of 241 boats operating in the South China Sea in 2025. The Chinese military declared a nature reserve at Scarborough, installed barriers, and escalated its Coast Guard operations. It looked, for a moment, like the space for challengers was shrinking. Then America moved differently. Not with a carrier, with transport ships, with warehouses, with a 10-year lease on facilities that the Navy's own documents say it will use through 2036. This is staying power. And staying power changes the calculation in ways that a carrier visit simply cannot. A carrier strike group passes through. Staying power is still there when the carrier is gone. Here is the question that nobody can answer with certainty yet, and it is the most important one. Is this the beginning of a new strategic baseline in the South China Sea? Or was this a single convergence, a rare alignment of events that will fade once the exercises end and the logistics cycle rotates home? The honest answer is, we do not know yet. History suggests caution. China has shown a consistent pattern in this sea. It retreats tactically. It watches the pressure ease. And then it advances again, quietly, incrementally, in ways that are hard to call out without looking like the aggressor. Every barrier removed has eventually been replaced. Every diplomatic pause has been followed by a new move. And China is not standing still. Satellite imagery from early 2026 shows that while American attention was partly drawn to the Middle East, China was still dredging, still building, still strengthening its presence across the Spratlys and Paracels. U.S. reconnaissance flights over the South China Sea dropped from 102 in January 2026 to 72 in February, a sharp fall that analysts linked directly to the demands of the Iran war. Beijing noticed that gap. Beijing always notices those gaps. But here is the other side of that argument. The warehouses at Agila Subic are real. The contracts run through 2027 with plans for a longer-term handover to the Army Sustainment Command. The Marine Corps Prepositioning Plan is a multi-year program. The U.S. Navy is seeking a 10-year lease on a facility near Subic larger than any American prepositioning stockpile in Europe. These are not things that pack up and sail away after an exercise concludes. They are infrastructure. And infrastructure, once built, reshapes the strategic landscape on a timeline that is much longer than any single deployment cycle. The American footprint at Subic Bay is not a visit, it is a return. The South China Sea has not changed hands. China still controls Scarborough Shoal. China still controls Fiery Cross. The 9-dash line is still on Beijing's maps, and China will not take it off. But for this moment, all three claimants read the same shift in the balance, and all three adjusted their behavior accordingly. That matters. Not because it resolved anything, but because it revealed something real about how power actually works in this region. It does not work through declarations. It works through logistic ships, anchoring in a bay 30 miles from the most contested shoal in Asia. It works through warehouses full of vehicles and equipment secured under armed guard. It works through a Vietnamese armed vessel choosing this particular week to sail near China's most fortified reef. The South China Sea does not announce its turning points. They happen quietly, in satellite imagery and shipping manifests and contract documents. And then, one day, you look at the map and something has shifted. If that kind of analysis is useful to you, subscribe to Indo-Pacific Report. We cover the moves that happen before the headlines do. Japan's recent strategic maneuvering in Southeast Asia, particularly its deepening defense ties with Vietnam and the Philippines, has stirred notable unease in Beijing. These developments represent a significant shift in the regional security landscape, raising questions about the implications for China's regional ambitions, especially in the contested waters of the South China Sea. The strengthening of defense relations between Japan and these Southeast Asian nations is not merely a bilateral affair, but part of a broader geopolitical contest that has far-reaching consequences for the Indo-Pacific region. Japan's engagement in Southeast Asia, particularly in the defense domain, has traditionally been understated, overshadowed by its economic presence. However, in recent years, Tokyo has shifted its approach, moving from a primarily economic focus to a more pronounced military involvement. This shift is largely driven by the growing assertiveness of China in the South China Sea and its broader regional ambitions, which Japan perceives as a direct threat to its security and the stability of the Asia-Pacific region. As former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe stated during the 2014 Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore, "We must never allow the seas to become a place where might makes right. We must make them the seas of peace and prosperity, based on the rule of law, not the seas of war and conflict."
本日はそのため
All countries must observe international law. Ladies and gentlemen, Japan will offer its utmost support for the efforts of the countries of ASEAN as they work to ensure the security of the seas and the skies and thoroughly maintain freedom of navigation and freedom of overflight.
Japan, as a maritime nation, will play an even more proactive role to make this happen. This declaration encapsulates Japan's commitment to maintaining the rule of law in the South China Sea, reflecting its proactive stance in regional security. Japan's strategic outreach to Southeast Asia, and specifically to Vietnam and the Philippines, can be traced back through a complex historical context that includes periods of cooperation, conflict, and rehabilitation.
Japan has hitherto provided 12 ships to the Coast Guard to play a part in improving the Philippines' maritime security capability.
Early contact between Japan and Vietnam in the 8th century, marked by cultural exchanges, laid the foundation for a relationship that would evolve significantly over the centuries. By the 16th and 17th centuries, trade between the two nations flourished, with Japanese merchants frequenting Vietnamese ports, establishing a basis for future diplomatic ties. However, the most dramatic turn came during World War II, when Japan's relationship with Southeast Asia took a brutal turn. The Japanese occupation of Vietnam and the Philippines was marked by severe military oppression and exploitation. In Vietnam, Japan's wartime policies led to the devastating 1945 famine, which claimed the lives of over 1 million Vietnamese. In the Philippines, Japanese forces were responsible for atrocities, including the Manila Massacre, where tens of thousands of Filipino civilians were killed. These brutal actions left deep scars and fueled strong anti-Japanese sentiment that persisted long after the war ended. Post-war Japan adopted a pacifist constitution, which severely restricted its military capabilities and defense-related activities. This period was characterized by Japan's focus on economic recovery and development, largely through its Official Development Assistance, ODA programs. These efforts played a crucial role in repairing relations with Southeast Asian nations, including Vietnam and the Philippines, laying the groundwork for a new era of diplomatic and economic cooperation. However, the security dynamics in the region began to change in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. North Korea's missile tests, coupled with China's military expansion, especially in the South China Sea, compelled Japan to reassess its defense posture. A significant turning point came in 2014, when Japan introduced new guidelines that relaxed its restrictions on the export of defense equipment and technology. This policy shift marked a departure from Japan's post-war pacifism, enabling the country to engage more actively in regional security matters. The revised export policy allowed Japan to provide military aid and sell defense equipment to countries with shared strategic interests, particularly in Southeast Asia. This shift was not only a means of strengthening Japan's defense industry, but also a strategic tool to reinforce alliances and partnerships in the region. Notably, Japan provided Vietnam with 6 used maritime surveillance vessels in 2014, bolstering Hanoi's ability to monitor and protect its maritime interests in the South China Sea. Additionally, Japan has transferred radar systems and other defense technologies to the Philippines, enhancing Manila's capabilities to respond to maritime security threats. Support for ASEAN's efforts to enhance maritime security.
私の方からはこの仲裁裁判についてはですね、これは当事者を拘束する最終的な
Given the strategic importance of the South China Sea and the growing tensions in the region, Japan has committed to assisting ASEAN nations in building their capabilities in intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, as well as search and rescue operations. This commitment is not only a response to China's maritime ambitions, but also a reflection of Japan's own security concerns, as it seeks to ensure freedom of navigation and the rule of law in regional waters. Another critical aspect of the Vientiane vision is Japan's support for ASEAN's efforts to uphold international law, particularly in maritime and airspace domains. Japan has consistently advocated for the importance of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and other international legal frameworks in resolving disputes in the South China Sea. Through the Vientiane Vision, Japan aims to strengthen ASEAN's capacity to navigate these complex legal waters, promoting a rules-based international order that counters unilateral actions and coercion. To operationalize the Vientiane Vision, Japan has implemented a series of practical cooperation measures with ASEAN countries. These include joint military exercises, capacity-building programs, and strategic dialogues aimed at fostering a deeper understanding of international law and enhancing practical defense cooperation. Japan has also sought to expand its ASEAN-wide cooperation through multilateral frameworks, such as the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus, which provides a platform for dialogue and collaboration on regional security issues. Vietnam and the Philippines, both facing territorial disputes with China in the South China Sea, have been increasingly receptive to Japan's overtures. Their strategic calculations are driven by the need to balance China's growing influence while enhancing their own defense capabilities. Vietnam's defense strategy has been characterized by a careful balancing act. On one hand, Hanoi seeks to maintain stable relations with China, its largest neighbor and a key economic partner. On the other hand, Vietnam is acutely aware of the threats posed by China's assertiveness in the South China Sea, where Beijing's expansive territorial claims overlap with Vietnamese waters. In response to these challenges, Vietnam has pursued a strategy of diversifying its defense partnerships. Japan, with its advanced defense technology and shared concerns about China's actions in the South China Sea, has emerged as a key partner in this strategy. The recent agreements between Japan and Vietnam, including the transfer of supply transport vehicles and discussions on more sophisticated defense cooperation, are part of this broader strategy. Vietnam's elevation of its diplomatic ties with Japan to a comprehensive strategic partnership, the highest level in Hanoi's diplomatic hierarchy, underscores the importance it places on its relationship with Tokyo. As former Prime Minister Nguyen Xuan Phuc emphasized in 2020, Vietnam highly values the comprehensive strategic partnership with Japan. Our defense cooperation is based on mutual trust and shared interest in maintaining regional peace and stability. We welcome Japan's contributions to enhancing our maritime security capabilities. This partnership goes beyond defense, including economic, technological, and cultural cooperation, reflecting a holistic approach to bilateral relations. The strategic alignment between Japan and Vietnam is also evident in their shared commitment to regional stability. Japan has expressed interest in joining the Cambodia-Laos-Vietnam (CLV) military exercises planned for the end of 2024, aiming to strengthen and expand bilateral cooperation between Japan and the CLV countries. This initiative highlights Japan's commitment to deepening its defense ties with Southeast Asian nations, further enhancing its role in regional security dynamics. The Philippines' strategic calculations are similarly shaped by its concerns over China's actions in the South China Sea. The recent joint military exercises between Japan and the Philippines, including live-fire drills in the South China Sea, are a clear indication of the deepening security relationship between the two countries. The signing of the Reciprocal Access Agreement, RAA, in 2024 marked a significant milestone in Japan-Philippines defense relations. This agreement allows Japanese forces to deploy in the Philippines for joint military exercises, and in return, Filipino forces can also enter Japan for joint combat training. The RAA is part of a broader strategy to enhance defense cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, particularly in the face of China's growing assertiveness. The Philippines views Japan as a key partner in its efforts to bolster its defense capabilities and ensure a free and open Indo-Pacific.
I think the RIA is an important document because it enables the Philippines and Japan now to have a framework for our cooperation in defense and security and other related issues. And I think whether we will need to expand it to cover other areas or not will really depend on how the situation develops, and also in what areas we wish to proceed and how to further develop the RAA. But what's important is that I think what the RAA has done is that it could serve as a force for stability in the region.
This partnership is further supported by broader regional initiatives, such as the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, Quad, which includes Japan, the United States, Australia, and India. The Quad has become an important platform for coordinating security efforts in the Indo-Pacific, and the deepening of Japan-Philippines defense ties is a natural extension of this multilateral cooperation.
Our mission remains the same, and that is to advance our vision of a free, open, secure, and prosperous Indo-Pacific.
A region where sovereignty is respected and all countries, large and small, benefit from a regional balance that keeps the peace.
The strategic significance of the Japan-Philippines alliance is also evident in the broader context of regional security dynamics. The South China Sea is a critical maritime corridor, and the security of this region is of paramount importance, not only to the countries directly involved, but also to the broader international community. By strengthening its defense ties with the Philippines, Japan is contributing to the security of this vital region and ensuring that the balance of power remains in favor of a rules-based international order. China's reaction to the growing defense cooperation between Japan, Vietnam, and the Philippines has been marked by a mixture of concern and strategic recalibration. Beijing views these developments as a direct challenge to its influence in Southeast Asia, particularly in the South China Sea, where China has made expansive territorial claims. China's leadership has repeatedly emphasized its opposition to what it perceives as external interference in the South China Sea. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has articulated Beijing's concerns, stating, "China respects the defense cooperation between countries, but firmly opposes any actions that threaten regional stability or infringe upon China's sovereignty. We urge Japan and the countries involved to refrain from actions that could escalate tensions in the South China Sea." This statement reflects China's broader strategic concerns, particularly its desire to prevent the emergence of a regional security architecture that could counterbalance its influence. Beijing's strategic calculus is shaped by its broader regional ambitions, particularly its desire to establish a sphere of influence in Southeast Asia. China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, along with its efforts to militarize artificial islands in the South China Sea, are key components of this strategy. However, the deepening of defense ties between Japan, Vietnam, and the Philippines poses a significant challenge to these ambitions. From Beijing's perspective, the trilateral defense cooperation is seen as part of a broader strategy by the United States and its allies to contain China. This perception has driven China to strengthen its own military capabilities and enhance its diplomatic efforts in Southeast Asia, seeking to counterbalance the influence of Japan and its partners. China has also intensified its engagement with ASEAN, attempting to shape the regional agenda in a way that is more favorable to its interests. At the same time, Beijing is aware of the risks associated with escalating tensions in the region. While China has been assertive in its territorial claims, it has also sought to avoid direct military confrontations that could destabilize the region and harm its economic interests. This balancing act is becoming increasingly complex as Japan and its Southeast Asian partners enhance their defense cooperation. The deepening defense ties between Japan, Vietnam, and the Philippines have the potential to significantly alter the balance of power in the Indo-Pacific. For Beijing, these developments are troubling for several reasons. First, they represent a shift away from the traditional ASEAN-centric security framework, where China had considerable influence, to a more diversified security architecture that includes external powers like Japan and the United States. Second, these partnerships could lead to increased military presence and activities in the South China Sea, further complicating China's efforts to assert control over the region. The joint military exercises between Japan and the Philippines in particular have been a source of concern for Beijing, as they signal a growing willingness among regional actors to counter China's maritime ambitions. In response, China has sought to strengthen its own alliances and partnerships in the region. Beijing has intensified its diplomatic efforts to win over ASEAN countries, offering economic incentives and development aid to counterbalance the influence of external powers. However, these efforts have been met with mixed success, as many Southeast Asian nations remain wary of China's intentions and continue to seek closer ties with Japan and the United States. Moreover, China has also ramped up its military activities in the South China Sea, including the construction of artificial islands and the deployment of military assets in disputed areas. These actions are aimed at reinforcing its territorial claims and deterring any challenges to its dominance in the region. The growing defense ties between Japan, Vietnam, and the Philippines are reshaping the strategic landscape of the Indo-Pacific. These partnerships, driven by shared concerns over China's actions, have the potential to enhance regional security, but also risk escalating tensions. The deepening defense cooperation between Japan, Vietnam, and the Philippines is a positive development for regional security. These partnerships enhance the capabilities of Southeast Asian nations to defend their interests and contribute to a more balanced power dynamic in the region. By working together, these countries can better deter potential aggression and ensure that the South China Sea remains open and free for all. Furthermore, the involvement of external powers like Japan in regional security affairs serves as a counterbalance to China's growing influence. Japan's commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific, as articulated in its Vientiane vision, aligns with the interests of Southeast Asian nations and provides a framework for collective security.
China and the United States are locked in a high-stakes competition.
As the sun rises over the contested waters of the South China Sea, the world's attention is drawn to yet another simmering theater of strategic confrontation. In Manila, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. reviews the encroaching red lines on a map of the disputed waters, each one a stark reminder of Beijing's relentless maritime expansion.
Our neighbors and all the interested parties, which include the EU, certainly the United States, have all come to talk to us and say that there is much that we can still do. And let's explore this or let's explore that.
Meanwhile, in Hanoi, seasoned Vietnamese leaders, veterans of wars against global superpowers, prepare for another battle to defend their sovereignty. This is no ordinary territorial squabble. It is a contest for regional dominance, a clash of wills between emerging resistance and an ascendant China seeking to reshape the Indo-Pacific order. The Philippines and Vietnam, long accustomed to navigating the complexities of geopolitics, now find themselves at the forefront of this maritime struggle. Their response is not mere reaction. It is a calculated assertion of agency in a region grappling with the implications of China's ambitions. Naval patrols become acts of defiance. Diplomatic overtures transform into strategic alliances. And the South China Sea emerges as a microcosm of the broader contest for influence between China and the US-led coalition. Beijing's South China Sea strategy is a masterclass in geopolitical brinkmanship. Its approach combines salami-slicing tactics with overt displays of power, turning isolated rocks and reefs into fortified outposts equipped with airstrips, missile systems, and subterranean bunkers. Mischief Reef, now a sprawling military installation, stands as a testament to China's ability to transform maritime claims into strategic footholds, altering the balance of power in the region. These maneuvers are not confined to infrastructure. Imagine a Filipino sailor gripping the wheel of his ship, only to face a Chinese Coast Guard member brandishing an axe. The chilling encounter, which cost the sailor his thumb, underscores the lengths China is willing to go in its bid to dominate the South China Sea. The ramming of fishing vessels, the use of water cannons against Filipino resupply missions, and chilling encounters like the infamous axe-wielding Chinese Coast Guard officer are all tools in a broader campaign of coercion. Such actions are designed not only to assert dominance, but to instill a psychological advantage over smaller states, eroding their confidence in maintaining control over their exclusive economic zones. Despite their differing historical trajectories, the Philippines and Vietnam find common cause in resisting China's assertiveness. Vietnam, with its storied history of repelling invaders, from French colonial forces to American military interventions, draws on a legacy of resilience. Its strategy involves fortifying outposts and leveraging its maritime capabilities while pursuing multilateral engagements to counterbalance Beijing's influence. The Philippines, meanwhile, has adopted a dual-track approach. On one hand, it publicly calls out China's actions, leveraging forums like the United Nations to highlight Beijing's disregard for international law. On the other, it strengthens its security ties with the United States through agreements like the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, which grants Washington access to key military bases near contested areas. Together, Manila and Hanoi represent a growing coalition of states willing to challenge China's unilateral assertions, signaling to Beijing that its actions will not go unchecked. The South China Sea has become the epicenter of the fierce rivalry between China and the United States, with the region's nations caught in the crossfire. For the Philippines, a longtime U.S. ally, the choice is clear, aligning more closely with Washington as China's actions in disputed waters grow increasingly aggressive. In 2023, the Philippines granted the U.S. access to 4 new military bases under EDCA, which are strategically located to counter China's influence. These bases are crucial for joint patrols and military drills, signaling Manila's shift toward bolstering its defense with American backing. Vietnam, on the other hand, treads a more cautious path. While Hanoi has deep historical grievances with Beijing, including China's forcible seizure of the Paracel Islands in 1974, it avoids full alignment with the U.S. to maintain its strategic autonomy. However, Vietnam isn't passive. In 2022, it reportedly spent $1.1 billion on Russian-made submarines and coastal defense systems to deter Chinese incursions. Meanwhile, the U.S. continues its freedom of navigation operations, FONOPs, in the South China Sea, challenging Beijing's expansive claims by sailing warships through contested waters. These maneuvers underline America's commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific, even as China builds artificial islands and installs military-grade weapons on them, reinforcing its grip on one of the world's most critical maritime routes. This rivalry underscores the high stakes for smaller nations like the Philippines and Vietnam navigating a dangerous game of power and pragmatism. In 2024, the Philippines deepened its military collaboration with the U.S., granting access to multiple bases under EDCA. This partnership was exemplified by the deployment of the U.S. Army's Mid-Range Capability System during Exercise Salak-Nib 24, marking its first deployment in the Philippines. China's ambitions in the South China Sea stretch far beyond its shores, with its military presence now observed as far as 1,600 kilometers from the mainland. In 2024, this reach isn't just theoretical. It's embodied by fortified artificial islands like Mischief Reef, transformed into military garrisons, complete with missile launchers, radar stations, and airstrips for fighter jets. For the Philippines and Vietnam, these encroachments are more than just lines on a map. They're existential threats. Imagine a Philippine fishing vessel near Ayungin Shoal, shadowed by massive Chinese militia ships. In recent months, Filipino fishermen have reported being driven off by high-powered water cannons, losing their livelihoods in the process. In Vietnam's Vanguard Bank, the stakes are equally high. Energy companies contracted by Hanoi to explore oil reserves in the area have faced intimidation from Chinese Coast Guard ships, sometimes involving deliberate ramming. These aren't isolated incidents. They're part of a broader pattern of coercion, with Beijing employing its cabbage strategy, surrounding contested areas with layers of naval militia and Coast Guard vessels. For local communities, the tension translates into fear and uncertainty, as livelihoods tied to fishing and energy exploration hang in the balance. The story of the South China Sea isn't just one of global power politics, but also of smaller nations struggling to hold their ground against an unrelenting giant. Imagine a bustling highway, not for cars, but for massive cargo ships carrying goods worth trillions of dollars. This is the South China Sea, a vital maritime trade route through which 1/3 of global shipping passes annually, totaling over $3.5 trillion in trade. Beneath its sparkling blue waters lie untapped riches, an estimated 11 billion barrels of oil, and 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. Add to this the rich fishing grounds providing livelihood and sustenance to millions in the region. Take the Spratly Islands, for instance, a collection of rocky outcrops and reefs scattered across these contested waters. While their landmass might seem insignificant, what lies around them is a treasure trove. Control of these islands doesn't just mean sovereignty over the rocks, but domination over the resources and the vast economic zone surrounding them. This is why China, Vietnam, the Philippines, and others are locked in a high-stakes battle. China's construction of artificial islands like Mischief Reef has transformed them into military fortresses, capable of projecting power far beyond their shores. This aggressive move isn't just about strategic positioning. It's about rewriting the rules in a region where livelihoods and global commerce are on the line. Once a pristine coral reef in the heart of the South China Sea, Mischief Reef now stands as a glaring symbol of China's sweeping ambitions. Originally claimed by the Philippines as part of its exclusive economic zone, this once natural formation has been transformed into a sprawling artificial island bristling with military infrastructure. Satellite images reveal the extent of its metamorphosis. Airstrips long enough to land fighter jets, radar installations capable of monitoring the entire region, and fortified hangars that could house a fleet of warplanes. China's activities on Mischief Reef have not gone unnoticed. Despite a 2016 ruling by the Permanent Court of Arbitration in favor of the Philippines declaring China's claims invalid, Beijing's militarization of the reef continues unabated. This act has sparked international condemnation, with Manila vocally protesting the incursion. Yet China's grip tightens, raising tensions and drawing a sharp divide between those who support its expansionist policies and those who resist its growing dominance. For the Philippines, Mischief Reef is more than a territorial dispute. It's a stark reminder of the ongoing battle to protect its sovereignty in the face of relentless aggression. The South China Sea has become a chessboard for great power competition, with the United States positioning itself as a key player to counter China's aggressive maneuvers. In response to Beijing's militarization of artificial islands and encroachment into contested waters, the U.S. has intensified these missions involving warships like the USS Benfold and aircraft carriers such as the USS Ronald Reagan, underscore Washington's commitment to ensuring the South China Sea remains open to international trade and navigation. The stakes are high. The U.S. has conducted joint naval exercises with allies, including the Philippines, Japan, and Australia, signaling its readiness to confront any challenge to the status quo. In 2024 alone, the U.S. Navy reported over 60 patrols in disputed waters, each met with Chinese protests and shadowing by its naval forces. By projecting power in the region, the United States not only counters China's dominance, but also reassures Southeast Asian nations that they are not alone in this high-stakes geopolitical struggle. However, with every naval encounter, the risk of miscalculation grows, threatening to ignite a flashpoint in these already volatile waters. The Philippines has adopted a bold and strategic approach to counter China's encroachment in the South China Sea. At the heart of this strategy is transparency, publicly calling out China's aggressive actions in the region. This approach gained momentum in 2016 when the Philippines took China to the International Court of Arbitration, challenging China's expansive claims under the controversial 9-dash line. In a landmark ruling, the court declared China's claims to much of the South China Sea as invalid, a victory hailed by Filipinos as a triumph of international law. Despite China's outright rejection of the ruling, the Philippines continues to use it as a cornerstone of its defense strategy, bringing global attention to Beijing's unlawful actions. To legal victories, the Philippines has strategically strengthened its position by fostering closer ties with the United States. This partnership has grown deeper, with the U.S. gaining access to Philippine military bases, enhancing its ability to project power in the region. This move has not been without controversy, as many regional neighbors caution against pushing too close to the U.S. military. However, the Philippines remains resolute, using both diplomacy and military support to resist China's growing presence. With transparency, legal victories, and strengthened alliances, the Philippines continues to defend its territorial rights. making it a key player in the ongoing South China Sea dispute. In a significant shift in its defense strategy, the Philippines has deepened its military ties with the United States, a move seen as crucial in countering China's growing influence in the South China Sea. Under the 1951 Mutual Defense Treaty, the two nations are bound to support each other in case of an armed attack. To strengthen this alliance, the Philippines has granted the U.S. access to military bases across the country, particularly those located near critical maritime choke points. These bases are strategically located in the so-called First Island Chain, which stretches from Japan to Taiwan and down to the Philippines, placing U.S. forces in a prime position to monitor and respond to Chinese activities in the region. This collaboration is not without controversy, as it places the Philippines at the heart of the U.S.-China rivalry. Some regional actors warn against becoming too closely aligned with the U.S., fearing that it could escalate tensions with China. Despite these concerns, the Philippines sees the alliance as vital to its national security, especially as China continues to assert control over disputed territories in the South China Sea. With the support of the U.S., the Philippines aims to bolster its defense capabilities, ensuring that it is not left vulnerable in the face of China's expanding military presence. The strengthening of the U.S.-Philippine alliance is a clear message to Beijing that the Philippines is not alone in this fight for territorial sovereignty. Vietnam has adopted a delicate balancing act in the South China Sea, strategically ramping up its military outposts on the Spratlys and other contested islands. Despite increasing its presence, Hanoi treads carefully, avoiding direct confrontation with China. This cautious approach stems from Vietnam's historical ties with China, its geographical proximity, and the heavy trade dependency between the two nations. In 2023, China was Vietnam's largest trading partner, with bilateral trade exceeding $200 billion, making any significant disruption in relations potentially disastrous for Vietnam's economy. While mindful of economic and diplomatic ramifications, Vietnam has continued to assert its sovereignty over its claimed territories in the South China Sea, particularly around the Paracel and Spratly Islands. In recent years, Vietnam has fortified its military capabilities and expanded its naval assets to defend its interests. For example, Vietnam's recent investments in advanced radar systems and the construction of fortified bases on its islands signal a shift toward more robust defense capabilities. Despite this, Vietnam continues to call for peaceful resolutions to the disputes, preferring multilateral discussions under frameworks like the Association of Southeast Asian Nations rather than risking direct conflict with China. This nuanced approach ensures that Vietnam protects its sovereignty while avoiding a full-scale escalation with a regional giant like China. Vietnam has masterfully employed what is known as bamboo diplomacy, a strategic approach of bending but not breaking under external pressure from both China and the United States. This delicate balancing act allows Vietnam to maintain sovereignty over its South China Sea claims without fully aligning with any one power. While Vietnam has ramped up military and diplomatic efforts to protect its territorial rights in the region, it also nurtures its economic and trade relationship with China, its largest trading partner. In 2023, trade between the two countries reached nearly $200 billion, emphasizing Vietnam's reliance on China for its economic prosperity. At the same time, Vietnam fosters a strong partnership with the United States, particularly in defense and strategic matters. Vietnam has welcomed U.S. support for freedom of navigation operations in the South China Sea, and in return, it has grown increasingly comfortable with U.S. military presence in the region. However, Vietnam avoids openly antagonizing China by limiting its involvement in overtly anti-China actions or alliances. This bamboo diplomacy approach is aimed at ensuring regional stability, allowing Vietnam to benefit from both Chinese economic ties and U.S. security support, all while preventing itself from becoming a pawn in the broader U.S.-China rivalry. Through this strategy, Vietnam has managed to navigate a path between two global powers, carefully preserving its national interests in one of the most geopolitically sensitive regions of the world. The Philippines and Vietnam have adopted distinct strategies to confront China's growing influence in the South China Sea. The Philippines strengthens its position through a close alliance with the U.S., leveraging international legal rulings and military cooperation to challenge China's territorial claims. Meanwhile, Vietnam practices bamboo diplomacy, carefully balancing its relationships with China and the US, fortifying its military presence while avoiding direct confrontation. Both nations are committed to defending their sovereignty, employing a mix of military, diplomatic, and strategic alliances to counter China's aggression.
Developing PACASA as a strategic forward operating base allows us to maintain presence, support joint mission, and respond when required. This directly advances our direction as a mission-oriented and capability-driven force. We build where mission demands it. We invest in systems that allow us to operate with consistency.
China has a fully armed military base sitting inside Philippine territorial waters. And for years, the Philippines could do almost nothing about it. No reliable runway. No way to fly in reinforcements. No way to move fast when it mattered. Just a crumbling grass strip on a tiny island, 270 nautical miles from the mainland, that turned to mud every time it rained. While Beijing built fighter jet runways, missile systems, and radar installations on Subi Reef, the Philippines watched from 12 nautical miles away and could barely land a cargo plane. That just changed. Two days ago, the Philippine Air Force completed and inaugurated a full basing support system on Pag-asa Island, a hardened runway, a new hangar, operational infrastructure built to sustain air operations in the most contested patch of ocean in Asia. For the first time, the Philippines has a real forward base staring directly back at China's most aggressive outpost in the Spratly Islands. This is what deterrence looks like when a smaller country decides it has run out of patience. Not long ago, Pag-asa's runway was an embarrassment. 850 meters of cracked, grassy strip that turned to mud every time it rained. Pilots needed 3 straight days of dry weather just to land a plane. The island had Filipino civilians living on it, military personnel defending it, and no reliable way to reach it by air. That changes now. The Philippine Air Force just completed a 3-kilometer concrete runway, a new hangar, a full basing support system built specifically to keep aircraft operational this far out in the South China Sea. "270 nautical miles from the Philippine mainland. The AFP confirmed it. 100% complete. Think about what that actually means. A C-130 can now land there. Supplies, troops, equipment, all of it can move faster, more reliably, and in worse weather than ever before. An island that used to be cut off is now connected. An outpost that was vulnerable is now a base. The Philippines spent years and billions of pesos getting here.
We are ready to prepare our assets in case we need to repatriate our Filipino nationals. This will be done in coordination actually with DFA, with the DMW and the DND.
P1, 65 billion earmarked in the 2025 national budget alone. This wasn't an accident. This was a decision. Deliberate, expensive, and strategically timed. To understand why Pag-asa matters, you need to look at a map. Subi Reef sits southwest of Pag-asa Island. Distance between them, 12 nautical miles. That is inside Pag-asa's own 12 nautical mile territorial sea. Which means China didn't just build a military base in the South China Sea. China built a military base in the territorial waters of a Philippine island. And what did they build there? Not a fishing shelter, not a Coast Guard post. A fully militarized base, runways long enough for fighter jets, radar systems, hangars, anti-ship missiles.
The total reclaimed area within our EEZ and out of our EEZ, I could roughly around 3,000 hectares. This includes their major bases. This includes Subi Reef, which I would like to correct, is outside our EEZ, although it is 12 nautical miles, roughly 12 to 15 nautical miles from Pag-asa.
The Philippine Navy confirmed it in 2024. Subi Reef is fully militarized. Now picture this. A Philippine Air Force pilot takes off from the mainland, flies west for hours, and begins his descent toward Pag-asa. He passes Subi Reef on the way in. Last August, Chinese forces on that reef fired 16 military flares at a Philippine patrol aircraft making that exact approach. 16. And then came the radio challenge. This is Chinese territory. Leave immediately. The pilot didn't leave. That's the reality on the ground. Every resupply flight, every patrol, every landing at Pag-asa happens in the shadow of a Chinese military installation that Beijing built illegally, that a 2016 international tribunal ruled against, and that China simply does not care about. The new runway doesn't make that threat disappear, but it means the Philippines now has something it didn't have before: the ability to show up, stay, and operate consistently, regardless of the weather, regardless of the radio challenges. Pag-asa alone doesn't deter China. But Pag-asa isn't alone. Look at what the Philippines has been building simultaneously. A military runway on Balabac Island in Palawan, one of the sites now accessible to U.S. forces under the expanded defense agreement between Manila and Washington. 9 EDCA bases across the Philippine archipelago, several of them in the north facing Taiwan, several in the west facing the South China Sea, and now a hardened air base on Pag-asa, the furthest forward point in that entire network. This is distributed basing, and it's the exact strategy that keeps military planners in Beijing awake at night. Here's why. A single large base is a single target. You know where it is. You can plan around it. You can threaten it. But a network of smaller, dispersed bases connected by runways, supply lines, and alliance agreements is a completely different problem. To neutralize it, you have to hit everything at once. And every node you miss stays in the fight. Pag-asa is now that kind of node. It can receive aircraft. It can store supplies. It has a Coast Guard district base, a permanent marine garrison, a Navy vessel stationed offshore. The Philippines didn't just build a runway, they built a sustained presence platform 270 nautical miles into contested water. And the U.S. is watching closely. Because Balabac, Pag-asa, and the EDCA sites don't just serve Philippine deterrence. They serve the broader Indo-Pacific logic: keep the first island chain contested, keep Chinese power projection expensive, and keep allies in the fight before a crisis ever begins. Beijing understands this. That's exactly why the pressure hasn't stopped. Beijing didn't wait for the ribbon cutting to respond. The pressure has been constant, calculated, and deliberately kept just below the threshold of open conflict. Water cannons, laser strikes, military flares, radio challenges, ship rammings. China has been running a gray zone campaign around Pag-asa for years, and it escalated sharply as Philippine construction accelerated. In October 2025, a Chinese Coast Guard vessel rammed and water cannoned a Philippine fisheries ship less than 2 nautical miles from Pag-asa Island.
CCJ 5 o'clock on water cannon.
2 nautical miles, well inside the island's territorial sea. This wasn't an accident of navigation. This was a message, delivered in the form of a ship collision, sent directly to Manila. The message: infrastructure doesn't change sovereignty. But here's what China's gray zone campaign actually reveals. If the construction on Pag-asa didn't matter, Beijing wouldn't bother. You don't fire 16 military flares at a cargo plane unless that cargo plane threatens you. You don't ram fishing vessels in someone else's territorial waters unless you're trying to intimidate them into stopping something. The intensity of China's response is itself a measure of how much the Philippine buildup is working. There's a pattern here that runs across the entire West Philippine Sea. Every time the Philippines moves, resupply mission, construction project, patrol flight, China applies pressure. And every time the Philippines absorbs that pressure and continues anyway, the deterrence argument gets stronger. Not because the Philippines can match China militarily, but because it keeps proving that the cost of coercion keeps rising. Pag-asa's new runway didn't provoke China. It answered a threat that was already there. Here is the legal reality that sits underneath everything happening at Pag-asa.
The new government here in Manila is grappling with what might be called catastrophic success. What comes next is obviously going to be a delicate balancing act. It is a time for cool heads.
In 2016, an international arbitral tribunal in The Hague ruled decisively against China's 9-dash line. It struck down Beijing's sweeping claims over the South China Sea, including its claim over Pag-asa Island. The ruling was clear. The Philippines has sovereign rights here. China's occupation of Subi Reef, its harassment of Philippine vessels, its radio challenges to incoming aircraft, all of it happens in waters that international law says belong to Manila. China's response to that ruling was one word: no. Beijing called it a piece of paper. It ignored the tribunal completely and kept building, kept militarizing, kept pushing. But here's why the legal dimension still matters strategically. It matters because of who is watching. Every ally in the Indo-Pacific, Japan, Australia, the United States, anchors its South China Sea position on UNCLOS. Every freedom of navigation operation the U.S. Navy runs through these waters cites that 2016 ruling. Every joint patrol between Philippine and American vessels operates under the logic that international law is worth defending with hardware, not just words. When the Philippines builds on Pag-asa, it isn't just pouring concrete. It is making a physical argument. It is saying that a ruling backed by international law will be backed by a runway, a hangar, a garrison, and an air force. That sovereignty isn't just a legal claim sitting in a document in The Hague. It is 3 kilometers of concrete in the middle of the South China Sea, with aircraft on it. China can challenge every inbound flight. It cannot change what that runway represents. The South China Sea has always been a competition between facts on the water and facts on paper. China understood that early and spent a decade turning reefs into islands, islands into bases, and bases into military fortresses. The Philippines watched it happen from 270 nautical miles away, on a grass strip that turned to mud in the rain. But something shifted. Manila stopped protesting and started building. And what just opened on Pag-asa Island 2 days ago is the clearest signal yet. The Philippines is not ceding this ocean one rainstorm at a time. The question now isn't whether the runway is complete. It is. The question is what comes next: more aircraft, deeper logistics, stronger alliance integration, or a Chinese escalation that tests everything Manila just built. This story is not over. It is just getting to the part that matters. If you want to follow how the Indo-Pacific's most active flashpoint develops, the bases, the alliances, the gray zone pressure, and the strategy behind all of it, subscribe to Indo-Pacific Report. This is exactly what we cover. Every week. No noise, just the story. Let me start with a question that's been sitting in the back of my mind lately. What happens when 3 smaller coastal nations quietly decide they've had enough and start standing closer together in one of the most contested seas on Earth? Not with a loud military alliance, not with dramatic headlines, just quiet coordination. More patrols, more communication, more shared awareness. That's exactly the kind of shift unfolding right now in the South China Sea, and honestly, it's the kind of story that doesn't always explode into the news cycle, but it changes the strategic picture more than people realize. In recent months, officials from Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam have been strengthening coordination over maritime security, sharing patrol information, aligning Coast Guard activities, and quietly signaling that protecting their waters is no longer something they intend to do alone. It's subtle, but it's real. A Philippine security official recently put it bluntly during a regional discussion: the region cannot face maritime pressure in isolation anymore. And when you look at the map, you begin to see why. Picture this for a second. A Vietnamese fishing vessel operating near the Spratly Islands suddenly finds itself shadowed by larger ships. Not long after, Philippine Coast Guard patrols increased in nearby waters. Meanwhile, Indonesian maritime authorities tightened surveillance around the Natuna Sea. 3 different countries, 3 different incidents. But increasingly, the response is starting to look coordinated. Not officially, not loudly, just connected. Analysts have started calling this quiet alignment a maritime security triangle. It's not a treaty. It's not NATO-style defense cooperation. There are no joint command centers or mutual defense clauses. Instead, it's something more organic and maybe more powerful. 3 nations realize that if they watch the sea alone, they remain vulnerable. But if they watch it together, the balance changes. For years, the strategic conversation around the South China Sea has revolved around the rivalry between China and the United States. The real shift might not be happening between the giants. It might be happening between the neighbors. And slowly, almost quietly, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam are beginning to show that regional states are no longer just reacting to great power competition. They're starting to shape it. To understand why tensions keep rising, you first have to understand just how important the South China Sea really is. At first glance, it looks like just another stretch of ocean on the map. Blue water, scattered islands, long shipping routes cutting across it. But the moment you start looking closer, the scale of its importance becomes almost overwhelming. This sea is not just water between countries, it is one of the busiest economic highways on Earth. Every year, an estimated $3.4 trillion worth of global trade moves through these waters. Massive cargo ships carrying electronics, energy, food, and industrial goods cross it day and night. In fact, roughly 1/3 of all global maritime trade passes through this single maritime corridor, linking the factories of Asia with markets across the world. That alone would make the region strategically valuable. But the story doesn't stop there. Beneath the seabed lies another layer of competition. According to estimates by the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the South China Sea may contain around 11 billion barrels of oil and roughly 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. Those are not small numbers. For countries with growing populations and expanding economies, energy resources like these represent long-term security and economic survival. Control over maritime zones could mean access to resources that power industries, cities, and entire national economies for decades. And then there is the human side of the sea. For millions of people across Southeast Asia, these waters are not just geopolitics, they are daily life. The South China Sea is one of the richest fishing areas in the world, supplying roughly 12% of the global fish catch. Entire coastal communities depend on it. Fishing boats leave ports in Vietnam, the Philippines, and Indonesia before sunrise, the same way their fathers and grandfathers did for generations. For them, the sea is not a strategic map, it's their livelihood. Geographically, the region sits at a critical crossroads between the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean. Tankers carrying oil from the Middle East pass through these waters on their way to East Asian economies. Container ships linking Europe, Asia, and North America follow the same maritime lanes. In many ways, the South China Sea functions like a central artery of the global economic system. If something disrupts this route, supply chains across the world would feel the shock almost immediately. And this is where the tension begins to make sense. Because when a single body of water holds so much trade, energy, food, and strategic access, it naturally becomes one of the most contested spaces on the planet. Over the past decade, competing territorial claims, expanding Coast Guard patrols, and increasing military presence have transformed the South China Sea into one of the most heavily militarized maritime regions in the world. So when analysts talk about rising tensions here, they're not exaggerating. They're simply recognizing that this stretch of ocean, quiet on the surface, but packed with global significance, has become one of the defining geopolitical flashpoints of the 21st century. If you talk to fishermen or Coast Guard officers around the South China Sea, one phrase keeps coming up again and again: things have changed a lot in the past decade. And most of that change traces back to the growing maritime footprint of China. At the center of the issue is China's sweeping claim over almost 90% of the South China Sea, represented by what's known as the 9-dash line. On Chinese maps, this curved line stretches deep into waters that other countries consider their own. The problem is that it overlaps with the maritime zones of several Southeast Asian states, including Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei, and even areas claimed by Indonesia near the Natuna Islands. From Beijing's perspective, these claims are rooted in historical usage and old maps. But for many of its neighbors, The line cuts directly through waters they consider part of their exclusive economic zones, creating one of the most complicated maritime disputes in modern geopolitics. The tension isn't just about maps or legal arguments. It's also about what has physically appeared in the sea. Over the past decade, China has dramatically expanded its presence through large-scale land reclamation in the Spratly Islands. What were once small reefs or submerged features have been transformed into fully built artificial islands. Satellite images show long airstrips, reinforced harbors, radar facilities, and military infrastructure rising out of what used to be open water. Some of these installations now host missile systems, aircraft-capable runways, and surveillance equipment that can monitor large portions of the surrounding sea. Security analysts at the Center for Strategic and International Studies estimate that since 2013, China has created more than 3,200 acres of artificial land across disputed features in the South China Sea. That scale of construction has few precedents in modern maritime disputes. Alongside these installations, the presence of Chinese maritime forces has also expanded. The China Coast Guard, now the largest coast guard in the world, regularly patrols disputed waters, often accompanied by what analysts describe as a maritime militia, fleets of civilian fishing vessels that operate in coordination with state authorities. To many Southeast Asian countries, this layered presence, Coast Guard ships, naval forces, and militia vessels creates constant pressure in contested areas.
The new government here in Manila is grappling with what might be called catastrophic success. What comes next is obviously going to be a delicate balancing act. It is a time for cool heads.
The legal dimension of the dispute reached a turning point in 2016 when the Permanent Court of Arbitration issued a landmark ruling in a case brought by the Philippines. The tribunal concluded that China's 9-line claims had no legal basis under international law and determined that several contested features were not legally islands capable of generating their own exclusive economic zones. For the Philippines, the ruling was seen as a major diplomatic victory. China, however, rejected the ruling outright and has continued to assert its claims and maintain its presence across the disputed waters. And that's really where the regional anxiety comes from. For countries around the South China Sea, the concern isn't just about one legal dispute or one incident at sea. It's the sense that the balance in these waters, military, political, and strategic, has been shifting steadily, year by year. Something interesting has been happening lately around the South China Sea, and it's the kind of shift that doesn't make loud headlines, but quietly changes the strategic atmosphere. Instead of responding alone to rising pressure at sea, countries like Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Philippines have started moving a little closer together. Not dramatically, not with big declarations or treaty signings, just steady coordination, more conversations between coast guards, more information sharing, more awareness about what's happening across their waters. Individually, each country patrols its own waters. But when they begin sharing surveillance information, coordinating patrol patterns, and aligning diplomatic positions, something bigger starts to form. A network. A pattern of cooperation. The goal isn't confrontation, at least not openly. Instead, the focus is on strengthening maritime sovereignty, improving surveillance across vast stretches of sea, and building enough presence to discourage coercion. In strategic language, it's about deterrence, but a quieter kind, built on coordination rather than direct military escalation. There's also a deeper principle behind this emerging alignment. All three countries repeatedly emphasize the importance of maintaining a rules-based regional order, where maritime disputes are managed through international law rather than raw power. And that's why this triangle matters. Because it signals something subtle but important, Southeast Asian states are not simply reacting to great power rivalry anymore. They're starting to shape their own security environment, step by step, patrol by patrol, conversation by conversation. No formal alliance, no dramatic announcement. Just three nations slowly realizing that in a contested sea, cooperation can be its own form of strength. When people talk about the power dynamics of the South China Sea, one country often moves a little differently from the rest. Quietly, carefully, but very deliberately. That country is Indonesia. Indonesia isn't usually the loudest voice in the dispute. In fact, Jakarta has long maintained that it is not a formal claimant in the South China Sea territorial battles. At the northern edge of Indonesia's maritime territory sit the Natuna Islands, a remote but strategically important chain of islands surrounded by rich fishing grounds and energy resources. On paper, these waters fall well within Indonesia's exclusive economic zone under international law. But here's where things get complicated. China's sweeping 9-dash line stretches down into parts of the same waters. That overlap has led to repeated encounters between Indonesian patrol vessels and foreign fishing fleets operating near Natuna. Over the years, Indonesian authorities have detained vessels, expelled others, and steadily increased their presence in the area. Jakarta's approach has been firm but measured. Rather than framing itself as part of a direct territorial dispute, Indonesia positions itself as a guardian of its sovereign maritime rights. Still, the response on the ground shows that the country takes the situation seriously. In recent years, Indonesia has increased naval and coast guard patrols around the Natuna waters, expanded maritime surveillance capabilities, and strengthened military infrastructure on nearby islands. Radar systems, upgraded air facilities, and reinforced naval bases now support a more permanent security presence in the region. The message is simple. Even if the tone remains calm, Indonesia intends to protect its waters. Indonesia's role in the broader regional picture is often described as that of a strategic balancer. The country avoids formal alliances and prefers an independent foreign policy. Yet at the same time, it is quietly strengthening maritime cooperation with neighbors like Vietnam and the Philippines. That balancing act, firm on sovereignty, cautious in diplomacy, and increasingly active at sea, places Indonesia right at the center of the emerging regional security equation. If the South China Sea were a map of pressure points, the Philippines would probably sit right at the center of it. Over the past few years, Manila has experienced some of the most visible and frequent confrontations at sea with vessels from China. These aren't large naval battles. Most of the time, they're tense standoffs between Coast Guard ships, supply boats, and patrol vessels. But the scenes are dramatic enough. Sirens, close maneuvers, ships blocking each other in narrow waters that they regularly make headlines across Asia. One location keeps appearing again and again in those reports: Second Thomas Shoal. This remote reef in the Spratly Islands has become one of the most symbolic flashpoints of the entire dispute. Since then, a small group of Philippine Marines has lived aboard the rusting ship, which now functions as an outpost in contested waters. Keeping that outpost supplied has become increasingly difficult. Some of these encounters have turned tense very quickly. Chinese vessels have used water cannons, shadowed supply boats at close distance, and performed blocking maneuvers intended to prevent them from reaching the shoal. Each incident adds another layer of tension to an already fragile situation. The Philippine government has responded with increasingly firm language. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has repeatedly emphasized that Manila will defend its maritime rights and territorial claims. Cooperation with the United States, Japan, and Australia has expanded through joint exercises, Coast Guard coordination, and broader Indo-Pacific security initiatives. For the Philippines, the South China Sea is not just a strategic debate, it's a daily operational reality. Further north, Vietnam has its own long and complicated history in the South China Sea disputes. In fact, Vietnam's maritime tensions with China stretch back decades, making it one of the most experienced actors in navigating this difficult strategic environment. Two island groups sit at the center of Vietnam's claims: the Paracel Islands and the Spratly Islands. Control over these scattered reefs, shoals, and islands has been contested for years, and clashes have occurred in the past, including naval confrontations in earlier decades. Rather than escalating dramatically, Vietnam has taken a steady approach to strengthening its maritime position. Over time, Hanoi has expanded its Coast Guard fleet, modernized naval capabilities, and increased patrols across its claimed waters. Surveillance systems have also improved, allowing Vietnamese authorities to monitor activity more closely in sensitive maritime zones. But Vietnam's strategy isn't built only on military readiness. Diplomacy remains a central pillar. Hanoi continues to engage regional partners and participate actively in multilateral discussions aimed at managing tensions and preserving stability in the South China Sea. It's a balancing act, defending national interests firmly while avoiding escalation that could destabilize the broader region. As these pressures continue to grow, cooperation between Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Philippines has slowly started to take shape. One of the most practical areas of cooperation lies in maritime security coordination. These countries are exploring ways to improve joint naval patrols, share maritime surveillance information, and coordinate responses to illegal fishing or foreign incursions. A concept known as maritime domain awareness, essentially the ability to see and understand what is happening across vast ocean spaces, has become increasingly important. Defense and security ties are also expanding. Military dialogues, joint training programs, and cooperation between coast guards are gradually improving operational familiarity among the three countries. The goal is not to build a formal alliance, but to ensure that when challenges arise at sea, each country is better prepared to respond. Diplomatic coordination plays another role. Within the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, these states frequently align their positions on maritime law and regional security. They consistently emphasize the importance of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea as the legal framework guiding maritime disputes. There is also a very practical motivation behind this cooperation: protecting livelihoods. The South China Sea sustains millions of people through fishing, offshore energy exploration, and maritime commerce. Ensuring that these resources remain accessible and secure is a shared concern across Southeast Asia. The growing coordination among Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam represents a subtle yet important shift in Southeast Asia's security landscape. Faced with mounting pressures in the South China Sea, these countries are gradually moving beyond isolated responses and toward coordinated maritime security and diplomatic engagement. It's still early, and the framework remains informal. But the message is becoming clearer with every joint patrol, every shared radar picture, every diplomatic statement. The region's coastal states are no longer just reacting to events in the South China Sea. Step by step, they are beginning to shape the balance themselves.
If you found this analysis valuable, share your perspective in the comments. Your insights help deepen the conversation and sharpen our understanding of evolving regional dynamics. Thank you, and we will see you soon in our next geopolitical discussion. China Sea isn't just a patch of water on the map. It's one of the world's most valuable crossroads. A third of all global shipping passes through its waters, carrying more than $3.4 trillion in trade every year. Beneath its surface lie what experts believe are vast reserves of oil and natural gas, resources that could fuel nations for decades. Add to that some of the richest fishing grounds on Earth, and you have the recipe for one of the most contested maritime regions in modern history. That's why the dispute has drawn in not just one or two claimants, but 6: China, Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei, and Taiwan, all staking claims to the same waters. But one player changed the game. Between 2013 and 2016, China embarked on one of the most ambitious land reclamation campaigns in modern history. Using dredgers and military engineering on an unprecedented scale, Beijing turned reefs and shoals into sprawling artificial fortresses, equipped with runways, missile batteries, and radar systems. Western analysts gave it a name: the Great Wall of Sand. And it wasn't just about sand, it was about power. That expansion shifted the entire strategic landscape, forcing other nations to ask, if China can build, should we build too? Now, the dispute has entered a dangerous new phase. While China's artificial islands dominated headlines through the mid-2010s, it is Vietnam that has taken center stage in recent years. Hanoi has quietly accelerated its own island-building campaign, expanding reefs and fortifying outposts in contested waters. It's a sign that the competition is no longer China versus everyone else. It's now multiple claimants racing to carve out physical footholds before it's too late. And with each new dredged reef, the region becomes more complex, more crowded, and more volatile. That brings us to the central question: what about the Philippines? For years, Manila has relied on diplomacy and international law, leaning on the 2016 Hague ruling that invalidated China's sweeping 9-line claims. But as Chinese harassment continues, and as Vietnam pushes forward with its own reclamation, should the Philippines rethink its strategy? Should it remain the voice of legality, or join the physical race for territory by accelerating its own island-building campaign? That decision could redefine not only the Philippines' place in the South China Sea, but the future balance of power in the entire Indo-Pacific. While China's Great Wall of Sand once set the benchmark for land reclamation in the South China Sea, it is Vietnam that has now stepped up with astonishing speed and determination. As of mid-2025, Hanoi has reclaimed over 2,200 acres of new land in the Spratly Islands. To put this in perspective, between 2013 and 2017, China reclaimed around 3,500 acres, an effort that shocked the world and militarized the region. Vietnam's surge since 2021 makes it the most significant reclamation campaign since then, cementing its position as the second-largest island builder in the South China Sea. According to the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative, AMTI, at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, Vietnam's expansion is not only about size, but about transforming reefs into functional military outposts. Among the most striking projects is Bark Canada Reef. Once just a scatter of shallow shoals, it has now been transformed into one of Vietnam's most strategic bases. Satellite imagery shows a sprawling platform of reclaimed sand, large enough to support a 3-kilometer runway, the kind of infrastructure that can host fighter jets, maritime patrol aircraft, and even heavy transport planes. This is not a symbolic expansion. It's the kind of buildup that gives Hanoi the capacity to project air power and respond rapidly to threats in the Spratly. Then, there is Nam Yet Island, which has been expanded to nearly 0.83 square kilometers. Once little more than a modest outpost, Nam Yet now features a newly built harbor and hardened military facilities. These upgrades not only provide shelter for naval and Coast Guard vessels, but also strengthen Vietnam's logistical lifelines, allowing for sustained operations in contested waters. Meanwhile, Pearson Reef has grown to 1.27 square kilometers with a reinforced outpost, new housing, and the early stages of a functional harbor. Each site is no longer just a lonely reef on the map. They are evolving into fortified launch pads for patrols, resupply missions, and potentially even missile deployments. So, why is Vietnam racing to build? The motivations are layered and deeply strategic. First and foremost, countering China. For years, Chinese Coast Guard cutters and swarms of maritime militia vessels have shadowed and blocked Vietnamese ships, employing so-called gray zone tactics, operations that stop short of war but steadily erode sovereignty. By expanding its reefs into strongholds, Hanoi is drawing a line in the sand, signaling to Beijing, your dominance ends here. Second, it's about asserting sovereignty in physical form. Every acre of sand dumped on a reef is a claim made permanent, harder to reverse and harder to challenge. This is not just political theater, it's sovereignty materialized in concrete, radar domes, and harbors. Finally, Vietnam's reclamation fits neatly into its broader program of military modernization. These new bases are designed not just for presence, but for power. A harbor means patrol craft can dock, refuel, and patrol deeper into disputed waters. A runway means surveillance aircraft can monitor Chinese movements, and fighters can launch at a moment's notice. Hardened shelters and expanded garrisons mean troops can be stationed permanently,
armed with coastal defense cruise missiles and surface-to-air systems. In effect, each new island is a mini-fortress, a forward operating base that strengthens Hanoi's hand in protecting its exclusive economic zone and deterring encroachment. Taken together, Vietnam's 2,200 acres are not mere piles of dredged sand. They are statements of intent, carved into the seascape for the world to see. They tell Beijing, China will not have the South China Sea unchallenged, and they ask Manila an uncomfortable but unavoidable question. In a region where sovereignty is increasingly measured not just by law, but by concrete runways and radar towers, can the Philippines afford to stand back with only its legal victory and alliances, or must it too start pouring sand into the sea? Unlike China and now Vietnam, the Philippines has so far resisted the race to dredge sand and build artificial islands. Manila's strategy has been more modest, focused not on new land, but on upgrading what it already holds. The centerpiece of that effort is Thitu Island, better known as Pag-asa Island, 3BV, the largest Philippine-held feature in the Spratlys. There, the government has invested in rehabilitating and extending the runway, along with improving housing, power, and communications for the small civilian and military presence. It's not flashy, but it's symbolic. Manila is reinforcing what it has, without crossing the line into China-style mega-reclamation. This cautious approach has been guided by law as much as by pragmatism. The Philippines hold something no other claimant can boast: the 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling, a legal victory that invalidated China's sweeping 9-dash line. That decision gave Manila the strongest possible diplomatic and legal footing, transforming it from a lone David against a Goliath into the poster child for the rules-based order. By not building aggressively, Manila has tried to preserve its moral high ground, using law, diplomacy, and alliances as its shield. But the debate inside the Philippines is far from settled. Proponents of island building argue the country cannot rely on legal papers alone. Without a physical presence, they warn, Manila risks losing ground, literally. They point to Vietnam's 2,200 acres and China's militarized artificial islands as proof that sand and concrete speak louder than legal briefs. Building new outposts, they say, would provide deterrence, a visible signal of resolve. It would also restore strategic parity, preventing Manila from falling further behind its neighbors. Beyond symbolism, there are practical benefits too. New bases could secure Filipino fishermen who face harassment daily, and serve as staging points to protect potential oil and gas reserves within the Philippine exclusive economic zone. To advocates, the message is simple: if you don't build, you fall behind. Yet the counter-arguments are just as strong. First, there's the issue of costs. Island building is not just expensive, it's astronomically expensive. The Philippines would have to divert billions from schools, infrastructure, and social programs to fund massive reclamation projects. And unlike China, it doesn't have state-owned dredging giants or limitless budgets. Second, there is the environmental toll. Dredging destroys coral reefs, the very foundations of the region's fisheries. A 2024 study estimated that Vietnam's reclamation alone has already destroyed more than 567 hectares of coral reef, a catastrophic loss for marine biodiversity and food security. For a country so dependent on fisheries, repeating that damage could be self-defeating. Finally, there is diplomacy. By sticking to the law, the Philippines has rallied allies and international sympathy. If Manila were to follow Vietnam into large-scale reclamation, it could weaken its legal leverage and undercut its role as the rule of law champion in the South China Sea. So the Philippines faces a dilemma: build islands and you gain deterrence but risk costs, reefs, and your diplomatic edge. Stick to the legal path and you maintain credibility, but risk falling behind as others pour sand and concrete into the sea. It is a choice between muscle and morality, between sandbars and statutes, and whichever path Manila takes will redefine its role in the South China Sea's next chapter. The future of the South China Sea looks less like calm waters and more like a tinderbox. With both China and Vietnam accelerating island building, the region is sliding into deeper militarization. But where once small reefs are now sprawling outposts, and tomorrow they may bristle with anti-ship missiles, radar stations, and coastal defense systems. Every new runway and weapons platform increases the chance of miscalculation, where one patrol, one warning shot, or one collision could spark something far bigger than intended. Amid this escalation, voices on both sides are sharpening. In 2024, a Philippine Defense Department spokesperson reaffirmed that the Philippines will not be swayed by any actions that do not conform to international law. That statement reflects Manila's continued reliance on its principled stance, grounded in the 2016 arbitration victory. Yet, across the sea, Beijing responded not with restraint, but with hypocrisy. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Guo Jiakun blasted Vietnam's construction, declaring that China resolutely opposes construction activities on illegally occupied reefs and islands. The irony is clear. Beijing condemning Hanoi for the very same playbook it perfected a decade earlier.
But beyond geopolitics, there's another war being waged, this time against nature. Dredging and reclamation gouge deep scars into fragile ecosystems. Scientists warn that coral reefs destroyed by land reclamation could take 10 to 15 years to recover, if they recover at all. That destruction isn't abstract. It means declining fish stocks, collapsing food chains, and millions of livelihoods at risk across Southeast Asia. For countries like the Philippines, where fisheries sustain coastal communities, the long-term ecological damage may prove as devastating as the military confrontation itself. The regional implications are equally grim. Every new airstrip and harbor makes it harder to pursue a peaceful resolution. Negotiations for a Code of Conduct, COC, in the South China Sea, once seen as a path to de-escalation, are now floundering. As one analyst from the ICES Yusuf Ishak Institute wrote in May 2025, these talks are becoming increasingly unrealistic as states double down on unilateral strategies. Diplomacy moves slowly, but militarization races ahead, leaving the region trapped in a cycle where concrete and missiles outpace treaties and trust. The truth is stark. The South China Sea's future is volatile and unpredictable. Every new island adds not just land, but tension. Every reef paved over adds not just infrastructure, but instability. And the question for Manila, as it weighs its own options, is whether to join this dangerous race or to remain the lone voice holding out for law in a sea of power plays. The Philippines now stands at a crossroads. On one side lies the path Vietnam has chosen, an aggressive campaign of dredging, reclamation, and militarization, a physical counterweight to China's fortress islands. It is a strategy that looks pragmatic, a show of resolve built on concrete and runways. But it is also a path fraught with immense risks, costly, environmentally devastating, and dangerously escalatory. On the other side lies the course Manila has so far pursued, a dual-track approach, strengthen its own modest defense capabilities, modernize its Navy and Coast Guard, and deepen ties with allies like the United States, Japan, and Australia. At the same time, uphold the high ground of principle, the 2016 Hague ruling, international law, and diplomacy. This strategy may not produce the dramatic visuals of artificial islands rising from the sea, but it offers something far more valuable: legitimacy, sustainability, and the ability to rally the world to the Philippines' side. Abandoning that track to join the island-building race would almost certainly drag the region into a dangerous and unsustainable arms race. It would further destabilize the South China Sea, destroy irreplaceable ecosystems, and erode the very legal victory that gave Manila its greatest strategic weapon. In the long run, building islands might win a few reefs, but it would risk losing the narrative, the law, and the coalition of allies that today stand with the Philippines. At Renai Jiao, at Pagasa, and across the contested waters, the Philippines faces a defining choice: to follow others into a costly contest of dredgers and missiles, or to stand firm on principle, armed not just with ships and allies, but with the strongest currency of all, the rule of law. And in a sea increasingly dominated by power plays, that may be the Philippines' most enduring weapon. If you like the video, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe our channel for deep analysis of contemporary issues.
For always there's the thrill of the flight and the excitement of nearing a new horizon. Out of the vast Pacific rises bright and busy Manila, a new world in what was once the island jungle of the Philippines.
For nearly 50 years, the story of Southeast Asia had a simple plot. There was the country everyone bet on, and the country everyone wrote off. In the 1960s, the smart money was on the Philippines. Manila had the universities, the American business ties, the English-speaking workforce, the second busiest international airport in the region. Economists genuinely believed it would be the next Japan. Vietnam, in those same years, was being torn apart by war. Today, look at what happened. In 2025, Vietnam's economy grew by 8%, its fastest pace in over a decade. The Philippines grew just 4.4% and slowed down every single quarter as the year went on. Two nations, roughly the same size economy, heading in opposite directions. So how did the country we wrote off become the one we can't stop talking about? And is the Philippines really losing this race, or is it quietly playing a completely different game? Before we crown anyone, we need to agree on what the crown actually is. The phrase tiger economy comes from a small group of Asian nations that did something the world had never seen. South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong. In the space of a single generation, they went from poor and rural to rich and industrial. Not over a century, over about 30 years. They all shared the same DNA explosive growth. Factories that exported to the entire planet. A middle class that ballooned almost overnight. Roads, ports, and power plants going up everywhere you looked. And global money pouring in. Because the whole world wanted a piece of it. For decades, no one in Southeast Asia could repeat the trick. Then, suddenly, two countries started looking like they might. And they could not be more different. One is trying to become a tiger by building the world's factories. The other is trying to become a tiger without building factories at all. To see why, you have to look at the numbers. And the numbers are brutal. Let's start with Vietnam, because Vietnam is the story everyone is chasing. In 2025, Vietnam's economy grew 8.02%, its strongest performance since 2011. And it didn't limp to that number, it accelerated into it. The final quarter of the year grew at 8.46%, the fastest three-month stretch the country had seen in 15 years. The total economy crossed $514 billion. Foreign companies poured in over $38 billion in investment commitments. And total trade, everything Vietnam bought and sold with the world, blew past $930 billion in a single year. For a country of 102 million people, that is a staggering amount of commerce. Now the Philippines. In 2025, the Philippine economy grew 4.4%. On its own, that's not a disaster. Plenty of countries would take it. But it missed the government's own target of 5.5% to 6.5%. And the trend underneath it is what worries economists. Because growth didn't hold steady. It faded. The third quarter came in at 4.4%. The fourth quarter dropped to 3%. And by the first quarter of 2026, growth had fallen to just 2.8%, the weakest number in the entire region.
Can you get GDP back above 6%?
Yes, we believe we can.
So, in the exact same year, one economy hit its highest gear in over a decade, and the other slipped into its lowest gear since the pandemic. Here's the strange part. This wasn't always the gap. Rewind a few years, and these two were neck and neck. So what did Vietnam build that the Philippines didn't? And why did it work so fast? If you want to understand Vietnam's rise, forget politics for a second and think about timing. Vietnam read the future of globalization earlier than almost anyone in the region, and it built its whole economy around one bet. The bet was this: become the place the world moves to when it wants to leave China. For years, multinational companies built everything in China. Then came rising wages, then trade wars, then tariffs, then the shock of supply chains snapping during the pandemic. Suddenly, every big company had the same nervous thought: we cannot keep all our eggs in one country. They needed a second home, a plus one.
It's all about not putting all your eggs in one basket. It's about having China still as a very strong part of the value chain, but it's about not being completely entirely dependent on China.
And Vietnam had spent years making itself the obvious answer. Look at who showed up. Samsung now makes a huge share of its smartphones in Vietnam. Foxconn, the company that assembles iPhones, expanded there. Intel built one of its largest chip assembly and testing sites in the country. Where the giants of electronics went, thousands of smaller suppliers followed. And this is the crucial part. In 2025, foreign invested companies accounted for over 77% of Vietnam's exports. The country didn't just attract a few factories. It became the assembly floor for some of the most valuable products on Earth. But factories alone don't explain it. 3 other things made the machine run. First, a government with a plan it actually stuck to. Vietnam built industrial parks, deep water ports, export zones, and logistics corridors with a single-minded focus. One-party rule has real costs, but it gave Vietnam something messy democracies struggle with: the ability to commit to a 30-year plan and not change course every election. Second, trade deals. Lots of them. Vietnam signed up to the biggest agreements going, the RCEP, and a free trade deal with the European Union. Each one knocked down tariffs and gave Vietnamese factories preferential access to billions of consumers. For an export economy, that's rocket fuel. Third, strategic neutrality. Vietnam plays everyone at once. It trades with the United States, depends on China for components, takes investment from Japan and South Korea, and refuses to fully join anyone's camp. That balancing act makes investors comfortable. They see stability, not drama. Put it together, and you get a country that, even when the US slapped a 20% tariff on its goods in 2025, still grew at 8% anyway. It sounds unstoppable. A perfect machine. But every machine has a weak point, and Vietnam's is hiding inside that very success. Hold that thought, because first we need to meet the challenger that refuses to play the same game. Here's where most people get the story wrong. They look at Vietnam's factories and the Philippines' slower growth and conclude the Philippines simply failed. It didn't fail. It chose a different road. While Vietnam bet on factories, the Philippines bet on people. And it built an economy that runs on 3 engines you can't photograph from a satellite. Engine 1, demographics. This is Manila's long-term superweapon. The Philippines has over 115 million people, and it is young. The median Filipino is significantly younger than the median Vietnamese, and Filipino families are still having far more children, around 22 births per 1,000 people against Vietnam's 15. While much of East Asia is aging and shrinking, the Philippines still has decades of new workers and new consumers coming. Engine 2, the voice on the other end of the line. You have almost certainly spoken to the Philippine economy without knowing it. When you call customer support for a global bank, an airline, a tech company, there's a strong chance you're talking to someone in Manila or Cebu. The Philippines is the call center and outsourcing capital of the world. That sector, known as BPO, earned around $38 billion and employed roughly 1.8 million Filipinos heading into 2025. And it kept climbing toward the 40 billion mark. That's about 8 to 9% of the entire economy, built on English fluency and a culture that meshes easily with Western clients. Engine 3, the money sent home. Over 2 million Filipinos work abroad. Nurses, sailors, engineers, domestic workers, and they send money home. In 2025, those remittances hit an all-time record of $35.6 billion in cash, more than 7% of the entire economy. That's a river of dollars flowing into Filipino households every single month, no matter what the factories of the world are doing. And there's a fourth piece Manila is racing to fix: infrastructure. The Build Better More program is pouring money into railways, ports, and airports, trying to repair the bad roads and unreliable power that scared away factories for decades. So we have 2 completely different machines: a factory nation and a people nation. Which raises the question that should have been obvious from the start. If the Philippines started out ahead, how did it ever fall behind in the first place? Let's go back to that reversal from the opening, because it's one of the great upsets in modern economic history. In the 1960s, the Philippines was richer than South Korea. Vietnam was a war zone. If you had said back then that Vietnam would one day outproduce and out-export the Philippines, people would have laughed. 4 things flipped the script. The first was discipline. Vietnam picked a strategy, manufacturing and exports, and pursued it relentlessly for 30 years without blinking. The Philippines changed economic direction again and again as governments came and went. The second was concrete. Vietnam built its ports and industrial zones faster and cheaper. When a company wanted to open a factory, Vietnam had the land, the power, and the shipping ready to go. In the Philippines, unreliable electricity and clogged ports made manufacturing a headache. The third was continuity. Vietnam's one-party system, for all its flaws, let it plan across decades. The Philippines' louder, more democratic politics often meant projects stalled, priorities shifted, and powerful families guarded their own interests. The fourth was schooling matched to work. Vietnam pushed technical and engineering education aimed squarely at what its factories needed. The Philippines produced brilliant English speakers and service workers, perfect for call centers, less suited to running semiconductor lines. None of these were accidents. They were choices made over decades by both countries, which makes Vietnam look like the clear winner. Smarter choices, faster execution, runaway growth. But now we get to that weak point I promised you. And once you see it, the whole race looks different. Vietnam's greatest strength and its greatest weakness are the same fact. It grew rich by building other people's products. The question is whether it owns any of it. Remember that number: over 77% of Vietnam's exports come from foreign-owned companies. Samsung's phones, Apple's suppliers, Intel's chips. Vietnam supplies the land, the workers, and the assembly. But the brands, the technology, the patents, and most of the profit belong to companies headquartered somewhere else. That means if those companies ever decide to move again, to India, to Indonesia, to Mexico, a huge chunk of Vietnam's economy could walk out the door. The factories are guests, not owners. Then there's the dependence on global demand. Vietnam relies enormously on selling to the United States and on importing parts from China. When the US imposed a 20% tariff in 2025, Vietnam absorbed it. This time, but it's a reminder that its prosperity rests on decisions made in Washington and Beijing, not Hanoi. Economists have a name for the deepest danger: the middle income trap. It's the wall that stops assembly economies from becoming innovation economies. It's easy to get rich screwing together other people's designs. It is brutally hard to start designing your own. Most countries that try, fail, and there are flashing lights at home too. A property market and a credit system that have expanded fast. The kind of rapid growth that has caused bubbles in other Asian economies before. So Vietnam's lead is real, but it's rented, not owned. Which brings us back to the Philippines and a set of advantages that look small today but might matter enormously tomorrow. The Philippines is holding a few cards that don't show up in this year's growth number, but could decide the next decade. The first is that it isn't addicted to exports. Vietnam lives and dies by global trade. The Philippine economy runs mostly on its own people spending money at home, topped up by that steady river of remittances. When the world economy catches a cold, Vietnam sneezes hard, the Philippines is more insulated. In a turbulent world, boring and stable has value. The second card is the English language and the timing of artificial intelligence. The Philippines built its fortune on English-speaking service work. Now the entire global economy is shifting toward digital services, remote work, and AI-assisted support. Exactly the arena where a young, English-fluent, digitally connected workforce could thrive. The skill that built the call centers might build whatever comes after them. The third card is geography, and this is where your channel's world comes in. The Philippines sits in the single most contested stretch of water on the planet. It guards the South China Sea trade lanes. It sits on the first island chain, right next to Taiwan. And as US-China rivalry sharpens, Washington, Tokyo, and Canberra increasingly see Manila not just as an ally, but as a place to invest, build, and secure. Here's the modern twist. Strategic investment now pulls economic investment behind it. Defense partnerships, semiconductor plans, infrastructure money, they increasingly flow toward the country that matters militarily. And few countries matter more right now than the Philippines. Vietnam has the factories. The Philippines has the location the whole world suddenly cares about. So after all of this, who actually wins the next 10 years? Here's the honest answer, and it's more interesting than picking a name. They may both win, at completely different games. Vietnam is almost certain to keep leading in manufacturing, exports, and industrial muscle. If your measure of victory is factories, trade volume, and raw output, Vietnam is the tiger, already roaring and not slowing down. But the Philippines could win a different prize, a young population still growing while its neighbors gray, a services and digital economy suited to the AI age, deepening alliances with the most powerful nations on Earth, and a home market big enough to keep growing even when the world doesn't. Step back far enough and you realize something about Southeast Asia itself. It may be splitting into two kinds of economies, the factory nations that make the world's things and the service nations that handle the world's work. Vietnam and the Philippines aren't just two countries. They're two entire theories of how a nation gets rich in the 21st century. And the most important question isn't which theory wins. It's whether the fractured, dangerous, fast-changing Indo-Pacific might end up needing both. So let's return to where we started, that great reversal, the favorite and the underdog trading places. Because the real race was never just about which economy's number is bigger this year. It's about who controls the supply chains the world depends on, who attracts the global money, who builds institutions strong enough to survive their own success, and who adapts fastest as the old order cracks apart. Right now, Vietnam looks like Aussie and rising factory superpower, fast, focused, and impossible to ignore. But quietly, the Philippines is positioning itself for a different kind of future, built on its people, its language, its location, and its alliances. One nation is building the things the world buys. The other is positioning itself at the exact spot where the world's future will be decided. The next decade won't just reveal which of them becomes ASEAN next tiger. It will reveal what a tiger even looks like in a world that's being rebuilt in real time. Two countries, two bets, one ocean caught in the middle. If this breakdown helped you see the Indo-Pacific a little differently, tell me in the comments, whose bet would you back, the factory or the people? And subscribe to the Indo-Pacific Report, because this race is only getting started.
Co Trao, also known as Phu Quoc in Vietnam, is the largest island in Vietnam, situated in the Gulf of Thailand, covering approximately 589 square kilometers with a population of around 179,000 people. As of 2020, the island is renowned for its stunning beaches, rich fishing grounds, and burgeoning tourism industry. Economically, Phu Quoc plays a key role in Vietnam's fishing, agriculture, and tourism sectors, with its traditional production of fish sauce and black pepper adding to its significance. In terms of its importance to both Cambodia and Vietnam, Phu Quoc holds economic and strategic value. As a rapidly growing tourist destination, the island attracts both domestic and international visitors, increased by infrastructure projects such as luxury resorts and hotels. Strategically, Phu Quoc's location in the Gulf of Thailand gives it significance in maritime activities, and its proximity to major shipping routes adds potential military value. The island's ownership has been a subject of historical and legal contention, particularly between Cambodia and Vietnam. Cambodia's claims date back to 1615, though evidence of substantial Khmer control over Co Trao is limited. Cambodian political leaders have often used the issue to rally nationalist sentiments, with opposition figures like Sam Rainsy and Kem Sokha calling for the island's return to Cambodia. The legal dispute revolves around historical treaties and international law, with Cambodia arguing that the island was unjustly given to Vietnam in 1954 based on the Brevy Line, while Vietnam asserts its sovereignty through continuous administration and development. Phu Quoc has a history of human habitation that dates back approximately 2,500 years. Archaeological findings, including pottery from the Akio period, 1st to 7th century AD, suggest a Proto-Khmer presence on the island. The earliest recorded Cambodian references to Ko Traal appear in royal documents from 1615, which include the island as part of the Khmer Empire. However, there is limited evidence to suggest significant Khmer authority or settlement on the island during this period. During the colonial era, Phu Quoc's control shifted under French administration. The island became part of Cochin China, a region in southern Vietnam during the French rule. In 1939, the French drew the Brevy Line for administrative purposes, placing Phu Quoc under Vietnamese control. While this line was not meant to determine sovereignty, Cambodia has since argued that it unfairly placed the island under Vietnam's jurisdiction. Following the end of French colonial rule, the island remained under Vietnamese administration, and in 1954, the Geneva Accords officially recognized Vietnam's control over Phu Quoc. Despite protests from Cambodia, the continued Vietnamese administration of the island has fueled a long-standing territorial dispute between Cambodia and Vietnam. Phu Quoc has emerged as a vital economic hub in Vietnam, primarily due to its booming tourism and fishing industries. In 2024, it experienced remarkable tourism growth, welcoming nearly 724,000 international visitors in the first 9 months, a 56.5% year-on-year increase. The island saw over 500,000 foreign tourists in the first quarter alone, reflecting a growth of over 200% compared to the previous year. By year-end, Phu Quoc is expected to attract over 847,000 foreign tourists, marking a 52.6% increase from 2023. This influx has enhanced the local economy, leading to the development of numerous luxury resorts, hotels, and recreational facilities. Additionally, fishing remains a crucial economic activity, with Phu Quoc renowned for its fish sauce production.
So this is the best one?
Yes,
right?
The 45 is the best one. It's less salty.
A staple in Vietnamese cuisine, as well as its black pepper cultivation. Agriculture also plays a key role, with the island's diverse ecosystem supporting various crops. In 2024, Phu Quoc has attracted over $17 billion in investment to boost its economic potential, focusing on significant infrastructure projects like the expansion of Phu Quoc International Airport and the development of modern seaports. The island now features more than 700 lodging facilities with nearly 25,000 rooms, 5-star hotel by year-end. The completion of the Phu Quoc Master Plan aims to create a mixed-use district to support over 80,000 residents and accommodate the growing tourism industry. High-end real estate developments, such as the Phu Quoc United Center, illustrate the island's hospitality sector's expansion, featuring hotels, shopping centers, and entertainment facilities. Furthermore, the Phu Quoc Master Plan aims to transform the island into a sustainable economic hub by 2030, incorporating mixed-use developments and residential areas to accommodate the growing population and increasing tourist influx. Strategically, Phu Quoc holds significant geopolitical importance due to its location at the southern end of the South China Sea, near vital maritime routes like the Straits of Malacca and Singapore. Control over the island enhances Vietnam's ability to monitor and secure these essential sea lanes, allowing the country to project power and influence amid ongoing territorial disputes in the region. Historically, Phu Quoc served as a critical military site during the Vietnam War, and it continues to maintain military significance today. With naval and air force facilities on the island, Vietnam reinforces its defense strategy, ensuring the security of its maritime routes and addressing potential threats from neighboring countries. The current dispute over Ko Traal, known as Phu Quoc in Vietnam, dates back to the 1954 Geneva Accords, which recognized Vietnam's control over the island despite protests from Cambodia. This decision has been a source of tension ever since, with Cambodian opposition leaders frequently raising the issue to rally nationalist support. In 2012, opposition leader Kem Sokha reignited the debate, calling for the island's return to Cambodia and advocating for a peaceful resolution to the dispute. Sam Rainsy, a major opposition leader, has long used the issue to criticize the Cambodian People's Party, CPP, and build nationalist sentiment, insisting that Ko Tral rightfully belongs to Cambodia. Kem Sokha has also been vocal, emphasizing the need for legal avenues to resolve the conflict. These leaders and their parties, including the Cambodia National Rescue Party, CNRP, have pledged to push for international legal efforts to reclaim the island. Meanwhile, Vietnam continues to develop Phu Quoc, turning it into a major tourism and economic hub. Despite facing challenges such as infrastructure limitations and environmental concerns, Vietnam plans to further develop Phu Quoc as a sustainable tourism center, promoting its historical and cultural significance to both domestic and international audiences. The legal arguments surrounding the Ko Tral Phu Quoc dispute are rooted in international law and treaties. A key document is the 1954 Geneva Accords, which officially recognized Vietnam's control over Phu Quoc following the end of French colonial rule. This agreement forms a cornerstone of Vietnam's legal claims to the island. Additionally, both Cambodia and Vietnam are signatories to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, which offers guidelines for resolving maritime disputes but does not specifically address historical claims like those tied to Ko Tral, complicating the legal context. Cambodia challenges Vietnam's sovereignty by questioning the significance of the Brevy Line, a boundary established in 1939 by the French colonial administration that placed Phu Quoc under Vietnamese control for administrative purposes. Cambodia argues that this line was never meant to determine sovereignty. Legal precedents, such as the International Court of Justice, ICJ, ruling in the Pedra Branca dispute between Singapore and Malaysia, highlight the importance of effective administration and continuous usage, both of which Vietnam cites as support for its control over Phu Quoc. Despite Cambodia raising the issue through diplomatic channels, there have been no formal international court cases addressing the dispute. Cambodian political parties, including the Cambodia National Rescue Party, CNRP, have called for international legal action, but such efforts have yet to materialize. A potential diplomatic resolution could ease tensions and promote regional stability, while leaving the dispute unresolved risks continued friction between Cambodia and Vietnam, affecting their bilateral relations and cooperation in Southeast Asia. In essence, the Ko Tral Phu Quoc dispute encapsulates a complex interplay of historical claims, legal arguments, and geopolitical considerations between Cambodia and Vietnam. While Phu Quoc stands as a burgeoning economic hub with significant tourism and fishing industries, its strategic location in the South China Sea further enhances its importance. The ongoing tensions and calls for reclaiming the island underscore the need for diplomatic dialogue to resolve historical grievances, promote regional stability, and foster cooperative relations between the two nations. Thank you for tuning into our channel. If you enjoyed the video, please remember to like, share it with your friends, and subscribe to our channel for more in-depth analysis of global issues. The sun rises over the bustling ports of Jakarta and Hanoi, where cargo ships loaded with vital resources set sail, their routes quietly intertwined with the ambitions of the world's most powerful economies. But behind this everyday trade lies a deeper story, one of a rising superpower fighting not just for influence, but for survival. China, a colossal force with global ambitions, isn't just looking eastward out of curiosity. It's desperate to secure dominance in a rapidly shifting world, and its eyes are fixed firmly on Indonesia and Vietnam. Not as mere partners, but as critical lifelines. Why? Because these two nations hold the keys to the Indo-Pacific, a region brimming with resources, trade routes, and strategic leverage. The stakes are enormous, Control over these relationships could determine whether Beijing secures its position as the dominant power of the 21st century or faces resistance. So what makes Indonesia and Vietnam so important? Let's break it down. Power, resources, and control, the three pillars China needs to cement its future. But the story is far more complex than simple alliances. This is a high-stakes game of influence where economic deals, historical tensions, and global strategies collide.
I think it is only natural that now, in the present situation, geopolitical and geoeconomic, that Indonesia and China have become very close partners in many, many fields.
Indonesia, Southeast Asia's largest economy, with a population of 280 million, sits at the heart of the world's most critical maritime choke points, the Strait of Malacca, Sunda Strait, and Lombok Strait. These routes handle 80% of China's oil imports and a massive portion of global trade, making Indonesia's location vital for China's Maritime Silk Road initiative under the Belt and Road Framework. To strengthen its grip, China has poured over $21 billion into Indonesian infrastructure projects, including the high-profile Jakarta-Bandung high-speed railway, a symbol of their growing economic ties. This influence comes with tension. In 2021, China's Coast Guard clashed with Indonesia in the Natuna Islands.
I order you to leave this territory. I order you to leave this territory.
My fishing boat is no more work in this sea area.
Highlighting the complex dynamic where cooperation meets territorial disputes. A nation so rich in critical minerals that it could power the world's next generation of technology. Batteries, semiconductors, and electric vehicles. That's Indonesia, home to vast reserves of nickel and rare earth elements, both essential for China's booming tech and manufacturing sectors. But resources are just the beginning. Indonesia controls key maritime arteries, the Malacca Strait and Sunda Strait, where nearly 40% of global trade flows, including vital Chinese energy imports from the Middle East. By securing closer ties with Indonesia, China strengthens its grip on these lifelines, safeguarding its economy from potential blockades in times of tension. And then there's the geopolitical chessboard. Indonesia, the largest member of ASEAN, with over 270 million people, holds massive sway in the region. If China can deepen ties with Jakarta, it weakens U.S. influence in Southeast Asia, making it harder for Washington to rally the region against Chinese ambitions in the South China Sea. Vietnam is a rising manufacturing powerhouse with a GDP of $430 billion and has emerged as a critical player in global supply chains. As companies like Apple and Samsung shift operations from China to Vietnam due to rising tensions with the U.S., Beijing faces an economic challenge, but it also sees Vietnam as a strategic ally it cannot ignore. Despite their $234 billion bilateral trade relationship, tensions persist. Vietnam fiercely opposes China's 9-dash line claim in the South China Sea, with regular maritime standoffs between Vietnamese and Chinese naval forces. In 2024, Vietnam signed defense agreements with Japan and India, further signaling its intent to resist Chinese influence militarily. In the heart of Southeast Asia lies Vietnam, a rising manufacturing giant whose ascent is threatening to overturn China's dominance in global supply chains. Over the past decade, Vietnam has rapidly transformed into a manufacturing powerhouse, offering cheaper labor, improved infrastructure, and a growing tech sector that competes directly with China's. Companies are flocking to Vietnam, shifting production out of China and creating an economic dilemma for Beijing. The fear? That Vietnam could one day lead a regional manufacturing revolution, leaving China behind in critical industries. But Vietnam's significance extends far beyond just trade. Sitting along the South China Sea, one of the world's most contested and strategically vital maritime zones, Vietnam controls key choke points and access routes that are crucial for China's trade and energy supply. The waters that separate China from its neighbors are not just rich in resources like oil and gas, they also represent the gateway for China to expand its influence throughout Southeast Asia. To ensure the continuity of its energy supply lines and dominance in the region, Vietnam must be kept within Beijing's sphere of influence. In parallel, there's a diplomatic tug-of-war unfolding. As Vietnam becomes increasingly vocal about its territorial disputes in the South China Sea with China, the risk of Vietnam aligning more closely with the United States or the Quad, the US, Japan, India, and Australia, grows. For China, this is a nightmare scenario. Should Vietnam forge stronger ties with the West, it could signal the beginning of a shift in Southeast Asia, one that could unravel China's entire strategy for regional control. Vietnam is not just a neighbor. It's a barrier to China's unchecked expansion. And in a region where every inch of influence counts, keeping Vietnam in its orbit might just be one of Beijing's most critical missions. China's economic partnerships with Indonesia and Vietnam are more than just trade. They're a calculated power move shaping the future of Southeast Asia. With staggering investments, billion-dollar deals, and strategic alliances, China's influence in the region is growing, but not without friction. Indonesia has become a key node in China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, attracting over $21 billion in infrastructure investments since 2015. From the Jakarta-Bandung high-speed railway, Southeast Asia's first bullet train, to major energy projects like the Batang power plant, China's financial footprint is massive. Bilateral trade hit $78 billion, solidifying China as Indonesia's largest trading partner. But the stakes go beyond money. China's deep pockets also secure access to Indonesia's rich nickel reserves, a critical element for electric vehicle batteries, powering Beijing's green energy ambitions. Yet Indonesia is pushing back, imposing export bans on raw nickel to ensure domestic processing, challenging China's traditional resource dominance. Vietnam, with its $234 billion bilateral trade relationship with China, has become an economic force in its own right. While China views Vietnam as a vital piece of its supply chain, the relationship is anything but smooth. As Apple, Samsung, and Intel shift production from China to Vietnam, the country is emerging as a direct competitor in the global manufacturing race. Yet, China continues to invest heavily. Major infrastructure projects like the Cat Linh Ha Dong metro line in Hanoi reflect Beijing's ongoing efforts to keep Vietnam within its economic sphere. However, Vietnam's anti-China sentiment over the South China Sea disputes remains a barrier, with Hanoi balancing economic cooperation while seeking security assurances from allies like Japan and India. China's strategy in both nations reveals a pattern: money for influence. Massive investments grant China leverage in Southeast Asia's fastest-growing markets. Yet, as both Indonesia and Vietnam assert their sovereignty, whether through resource nationalism or military alliances, it's clear that economic partnerships alone won't buy loyalty. China's influence in Southeast Asia isn't just about economics, it's about strategic dominance. With Indonesia and Vietnam at the heart of the region, Beijing is doubling down on diplomacy, infrastructure, and economic deals to cement its power. But is it working or backfiring? Indonesia, as the largest ASEAN economy and a key maritime player, holds immense strategic value for China's regional ambitions. Through projects like the Jakarta-Bandung high-speed railway and Morowali Industrial Park, Beijing has injected billions to secure its foothold in the archipelago. But the influence extends beyond steel and rail. China is actively engaging with ASEAN diplomatic frameworks to ensure Indonesia remains neutral in South China Sea disputes. Jakarta has resisted aligning fully with Beijing. Its non-aligned foreign policy and growing military cooperation with the US and Japan signal a balancing act, one where China's influence is far from absolute. Vietnam's relationship with China is a complex mix of cooperation and historical tension. While Beijing invests heavily in energy projects like the Vinh Tan coal plant and the Catlin-Hadong Metro line, its aggressive stance in the South China Sea continues to fuel mistrust. China's strategic influence here revolves around keeping Vietnam economically linked through trade while deterring it from aligning too closely with rivals like India and Japan. However, Vietnam has increasingly engaged in defense partnerships with the U.S. and expanded its naval modernization to counter Chinese assertiveness. Both nations are more than economic partners. They are geopolitical anchors. Indonesia controls critical maritime choke points like the Malacca Strait, vital for Chinese energy shipments. Vietnam, bordering southern China, offers a buffer against Western alliances in the Indo-Pacific. China's playbook of infrastructure diplomacy and economic entanglement seeks to secure influence without direct conflict. But with Indonesia strengthening ties with Quad nations and Vietnam pushing back on maritime claims, Beijing's grip may be far from secure. In a bold move to deepen its influence, China signed a $10 billion infrastructure deal with Indonesia, focusing on projects such as the Jakarta-Bandung High-Speed Railway and Morowali Industrial Park. These investments were part of Beijing's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, aimed at transforming Indonesia's infrastructure while securing China's economic leverage. The Jakarta-Bandung Line, Southeast Asia's first high-speed rail, promises to slash travel time between the two cities from 3 hours to just 40 minutes. However, the project has faced delays, cost overruns, and local opposition, raising concerns about debt dependency and sovereignty risks. Despite the scale of investments, Jakarta has shown signs of resistance, emphasizing self-reliance and seeking diversification in partnerships, including Japan and India, to balance China's influence. While tensions over the South China Sea often define Vietnam-China relations, Beijing has employed a dual approach of economic cooperation and diplomatic influence. In recent years, China backed Vietnam's offshore energy projects and provided soft loans for infrastructure, including the controversial Catlin-Hadong Metro line in Hanoi. However, this cooperation exists alongside maritime tensions. China has both supported and challenged Vietnam's claims, seeking to keep Hanoi economically dependent while limiting its military partnerships with the U.S. and India. While accepting Chinese investments, has simultaneously expanded naval modernization and strengthened ties with the Quad Alliance, signaling a cautious yet resilient stance. In the heart of Beijing, diplomat Li Wei stared at the glowing map of Southeast Asia on his desk. His mission was clear: strengthen China's strategic ties with Indonesia and Vietnam, two nations vital to Beijing's ambitions. But alliances weren't built on numbers alone. Trust, culture, and influence had to be carefully woven together. China's relationships with Indonesia and Vietnam are critical for its economic growth, regional dominance, and strategic influence. Both nations offer essential resources, strategic locations, and growing economies that align with China's long-term ambitions. Through massive infrastructure investments like the Jakarta-Bandung High-Speed Rail and expanded trade partnerships, China has solidified its presence in the region, with bilateral trade with Indonesia alone reaching $78 billion in 2023. However, the partnerships are complex. Vietnam's defiance in the South China Sea and Indonesia's strategic balancing highlight that these relationships aren't purely transactional. Trust, national sovereignty, and mutual benefit remain key factors in determining their longevity. Ultimately, China's engagement with Indonesia and Vietnam will shape the future of Southeast Asian geopolitics. If Beijing continues its blend of economic cooperation with respect for national interests, these partnerships could serve as a model for regional collaboration. Yet any shift toward dominance rather than partnership could fracture these crucial ties, redefining power dynamics in the region. Thank you for tuning into our channel. If you enjoyed the video, please remember to like, share it with your friends, and subscribe to our channel for more in-depth analysis of global issues.
The South China Sea just got even hotter. In a bold move, the Philippines is set to transform Grande and Chiquita Islands, once part of the U.S. naval base in Subic Bay, into a military stronghold to counter China's expanding influence. Meanwhile, Vietnam is quietly reinforcing its outposts, taking a page from Beijing's island-building playbook. And over in Cambodia, a China-funded naval base at Ream is about to open. But guess what? The first foreign warship to dock won't be Chinese. It'll be Japanese. This isn't just a regional squabble. It's a full-scale power struggle. China's relentless aggression, blocking Filipino resupply missions, ramming Vietnamese boats, and fortifying disputed reefs, has turned the South China Sea into a high-stakes battlefield. But Beijing isn't going unchallenged. The Philippines and Vietnam are fighting back, using military alliances, legal wins, and strategic outposts to push back against China's maritime dominance. The U.S. stepping up military patrols and regional players ramping up their defenses. The big question is Beijing's dominance inevitable, or is this the beginning of a major pushback? The battle for the South China Sea is far from over. China's control over the South China Sea isn't just about naval patrols. It's a calculated strategy of expansion, militarization, and legal defiance. Over the past few decades, Beijing has transformed the region into a military stronghold, pushing its presence far beyond its mainland. Chinese warships and Coast Guard vessels now regularly operate over 1,600 kilometers from China's shores, enforcing territorial claims through constant patrols, blockades, and intimidation tactics. One of Beijing's most significant moves was securing control over the Paracel Islands in the 1970s, forcibly expelling Vietnam and establishing a permanent military presence. This was followed by its creeping takeover of the Spratly Islands, where China turned scattered reefs into full-scale military bases. Nowhere is this transformation more apparent than Mischief Reef. In the 1990s, it was a barren atoll with small huts for fishermen. By 2015, China had dredged the area, building massive artificial islands complete with runways, hangars for fighter jets, missile storage, and radar systems. Today, it serves as a strategic outpost, extending Beijing's strike capabilities across Southeast Asia. China justifies its expansion through its infamous 9-dash line, a sweeping claim over nearly 90% of the South China Sea. Despite a 2016 international tribunal ruling that deemed these claims illegal, Beijing outright rejected the verdict, doubling down on its military buildup instead. With each passing year, the South China Sea becomes less of a disputed zone and more of a Chinese-controlled waterway, fueling tensions with neighboring nations and global powers alike. The Philippines isn't backing down in the South China Sea. Despite China's military might, Manila has taken a different approach, one that combines legal victories, public exposure, and strategic alliances. In 2013, the Philippines took China to court, filing a case at the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague. 3 years later, the ruling was a landmark win. China's sweeping claims under the 9-dash line had no legal basis. The decision was celebrated across the Philippines.
The Philippines strongly affirms its respect for this milestone decision as an important contribution to ongoing efforts in addressing disputes in the South China Sea.
But Beijing refused to acknowledge it, doubling down on its military presence instead.
Beijing rejects the findings, its spokesman calling the tribunal a farce and vowing to simply ignore it. If any country dares to challenge China's interest in the region, he says, China will take firm measures against it, regardless of any ruling.
Rather than engage China in direct military conflict, Manila has turned to transparency warfare, publicly documenting Chinese aggression. The Philippine Navy and Coast Guard have repeatedly released footage of Chinese ships ramming Filipino vessels, using high-powered water cannons and even wielding axes against Filipino troops. These videos, widely shared online, have forced global attention on Beijing's coercion, pressuring other nations to respond. On the front line of this standoff is the BRP Sierra Madre, a rusting World War II-era ship that the Philippines deliberately grounded on 2nd Thomas Shoal in 2008-1999. In spite of its deteriorating condition, Filipino Marines are stationed aboard, serving as Manila's symbolic and physical presence in the disputed waters. China, in response, has ramped up blockades, cutting off supply routes and increasing hostilities around the shoal. The Philippines also relies on its decades-old military alliance with the United States. Under the Mutual Defense Treaty, Washington is obligated to defend Manila in case of an armed attack.
I want to be clear. I want to be very clear. The United States defense commitment to the Philippines is ironclad. The United States defense agreement with the Philippines is ironclad. Any attack on the Filipino aircraft vessels or armed forces will invoke our mutual defense treaty with the Philippines.
Today, the Philippines hosts 9 U.S. military bases, reinforcing America's first island chain strategy to contain China. But, while this alliance strengthens Manila's position, some ASEAN neighbors warn against getting too close to the U.S., fearing it could escalate regional tensions further. As China tightens its grip on the South China Sea, the Philippines is proving that resistance doesn't always require military strength. It just needs the right strategy and the world's attention. Vietnam is playing a careful game in the South China Sea, resisting Chinese expansion while avoiding open conflict. Its approach, often called bamboo diplomacy, blends quiet military expansion with strategic balancing between global powers. Unlike the Philippines, which openly challenges China, Vietnam expands its presence subtly. A prime example is Bark Canada Reef, where Vietnam has been steadily building structures for years. In 2024, the reef was transformed into a full-fledged military outpost, following China's own island-building tactics. But Hanoi operates with caution, avoiding loud declarations or provocative actions that might trigger a direct clash with Beijing. Vietnam's hesitation to escalate is rooted in history. China is Vietnam's largest trade partner, making economic stability a key concern. The 1979 Sino-Vietnamese War and the 1988 naval skirmish over Johnson South Reef, where China killed dozens of Vietnamese soldiers, serve as reminders of the risks of direct confrontation. While Vietnam defends its territorial claims, it does so without pushing Beijing too far. At the same time, Vietnam carefully balances its ties between China and the United States. Hanoi accepts U.S. security aid, receiving patrol boats, radar systems, and intelligence support to boost its defenses. But unlike the Philippines, Vietnam refuses to host foreign military bases, maintaining its independence from any superpower. To keep tensions manageable, Vietnam even conducts joint naval patrols with China, ensuring that disputes don't spiral into full-scale conflict. By strengthening its position without provoking war, Vietnam has proven that in the South China Sea, survival isn't just about firepower, it's about playing the long game. The South China Sea is turning into a pressure cooker, with China and the U.S. edging closer to a dangerous showdown. Every time a U.S. warship sails through disputed waters, Beijing scrambles its navy, sending destroyers to shadow, block, and even harass American vessels. The message from Washington is clear. This isn't your private lake. But China isn't just watching, it's pushing back harder than ever. Recent encounters have been alarmingly close. Chinese fighter jets have buzzed U.S. reconnaissance planes, sometimes coming within just a few meters. Warships from both sides have played high-stakes games of chicken, risking a collision that could spark something far worse. The reality? One wrong move, one miscalculation, and the South China Sea could explode into the world's next major crisis.
Today, the Pentagon released more than a dozen videos showing Chinese fighter jets harassing U.S. military planes in international airspace.
Chinese fighter jet intercepted a U.S. reconnaissance aircraft over the South China Sea and performed what American military officials are calling and I'm quoting now, an unsafe maneuver.
The U.S. military has released video of yet another Chinese fighter jet harassing and flying dangerously close to a U.S. military plane. Officials say this happened Tuesday over the South China Sea.
On the other hand, China isn't slowing down. With its artificial islands now bristling with missiles, airstrips, and naval facilities, Beijing is likely to continue pressuring smaller nations, pushing them to accept its dominance. While China has focused much of its coercion on the Philippines, Vietnam could be next as it quietly expands its outposts. A future standoff over a contested reef isn't out of the question. In spite of their different strategies, the Philippines and Vietnam share the same goal: resisting Chinese control. The Philippines takes a confrontational approach, relying on legal battles, public exposure, and U.S. military support. Vietnam, on the other hand, plays the long game, strengthening its position while carefully balancing relations with both superpowers. With tensions rising and military buildups accelerating, the South China Sea is no longer just about territorial disputes, it's about the future of global power. The South China Sea is locked in a high-stakes struggle, and China shows no signs of backing down. With its militarized islands, naval patrols, and coercive tactics, Beijing is determined to dominate the region, no matter the opposition. But the Philippines and Vietnam are refusing to fold. The Philippines continues its confrontational approach, exposing China's aggressive tactics and strengthening its alliance with the United States. And Vietnam plays the long game, expanding its presence while carefully avoiding direct conflict. At the same time, U.S.-China tensions are only escalating, with American warships regularly challenging Beijing's claims and Chinese forces growing more aggressive. The risk of an accidental clash turning into a crisis is real. One thing is certain: the South China Sea will remain a geopolitical flashpoint, not just for Southeast Asia, but for the entire world.
Square kilometers has often been referred to as the throat of global commerce. According to the Council on Foreign Relations, roughly one-third of global shipping, valued at over $3 trillion, passes through its waters annually. Renowned historian Jeffrey Blaney, in his seminal work, The Tyranny of Distance, poignantly encapsulated the strategic importance of maritime routes and choke points, with the South China Sea serving as a prime example in the contemporary era. This maritime region's significance is not just tied to global commerce. Beneath its waters lie vast, untapped reserves of natural resources. As noted by the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the South China Sea holds proven oil reserves of at least 7 billion barrels and an estimated 900 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. These figures have led scholars like Robert D. Kaplan in his book Asia's Cauldron to draw parallels between the South China Sea and the oil-rich Middle East, particularly in the context of their geopolitical implications. However, it's not merely the allure of resources or strategic trade routes that elevates the South China Sea's importance on the world stage. It is, in fact, the overlapping territorial claims that have turned this maritime heartland into a crucible of geopolitical tension. As Kissinger remarked in World Order, territorial disputes can evoke primal emotions, and the South China Sea is no exception. China's 9-line claim has especially been a flashpoint, with countries like the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, and Taiwan all positing conflicting territorial assertions. In essence, the South China Sea is not just a body of water. It's a nexus of global interests, economic ambitions, and deep-seated nationalistic fervors. The intertwining of these factors makes it one of the most contentious and consequential geopolitical arenas in the 21st century. Delving into the annals of history, the South China Sea has always been more than just a body of water. It has been a nexus for cultural exchange, economic trade, and geopolitical maneuvering. In the words of the historian Fernand Braudel, the seas have been the matrix of civilization. The South China Sea stands as a testament to this observation. From the days of the Maritime Silk Road, a network of sea routes that connected China's southern ports to Southeast Asia, the Indian subcontinent, Arabia, and East Africa, the South China Sea served as a crucial conduit. As detailed in Louise Levatha's When China Ruled the Seas during the Ming Dynasty, Admiral Zheng He's treasure fleets embarked on 7 ambitious voyages, passing through the South China Sea to reach distant lands. These voyages were not just maritime explorations, but diplomatic missions, establishing tributary relations and forging alliances. Beyond the Chinese sphere, other civilizations also left their indelible marks on the region. The Srivijaya Empire, based on Sumatra in present-day Indonesia from the 7th to the 14th centuries, controlled the strategic Strait of Malacca and maintained a dominant naval presence in the South China Sea. Similarly, the Champa Kingdom of Central Vietnam was another maritime power that asserted its influence. Ancient claims in the South China Sea were more fluid than they are today. While the concept of sovereignty as we understand it in the Westphalian sense was not prevalent, historical records and artifacts, such as pottery shards and shipwrecks, attest to a vibrant tapestry of trade, migration, and occasional skirmishes. For example, the Paracel and Spratly Islands, the flashpoints of many modern territorial disputes, have been historically referenced in various accounts.
The South China Sea, I don't think they've handled it very well anyway, to be honest with you. I don't think they're very clear what they want. There's various different agencies in China that are responsible for the South China Sea, and they actually speak with different voices.
Chinese records from the Tang and Song dynasties mention these islands, but there are also references in Vietnamese annals and maps dating back to their early dynastic periods. Yet, as the historian Julian Goh notes in Patterns of Empire, the imposition of European colonial frameworks in the 19th and 20th centuries fundamentally transformed how territories were claimed and borders drawn. The South China Sea was no exception. As European powers delineated their spheres of influence, they introduced a modern paradigm of territoriality, inadvertently sowing the seeds for the geopolitical contests of the present day.
That's my feeling, that the South China Sea situation will continue to simmer, but not boil over.
As we transition from the historical to the contemporary, the South China Sea's narrative becomes one of competing territorial claims, each anchored in historical assertions and nationalistic ambitions. As Samuel P. Huntington remarked in The Clash of Civilizations, the borders of nations often become flashpoints of conflict. And in the South China Sea, these borders are frequently fluid, contested, and overlapping. The heart of China's claim in the South China Sea lies within the ambiguously demarcated 9-dash line. This line, appearing first on Chinese maps in the 1940s, envelopes nearly 90% of the South China Sea, stretching far from the mainland and close to the coasts of other claimant states. China often roots its claims in historical voyages, ancient maps, and archaeological findings. For instance, Beijing references the voyages of Admiral Zheng He and older dynastic records as evidence of historical Chinese presence and thus sovereignty. Furthermore, as Bill Hayton posits in The South China Sea, The Struggle for Power in Asia, China's claims are not merely territorial, but deeply intertwined with nationalistic sentiments and the narrative of historical rights. Manila's claims in the South China Sea center predominantly around the Scarborough Shoal and the Spratly Islands. The Philippines' arguments are based on geographical proximity and historical interactions. The Scarborough Shoal, known locally as Bajo de Masinloc, has been reflected in Philippine maps since the late 18th century. Moreover, the Treaty of Paris, 1898, and subsequent American colonial-era treaties are cited to validate Philippines' sovereignty over parts of the Spratly Islands. Hanoi's claims over the Paracel and Spratly Islands are rooted in historical records and continuous administrative actions. Vietnam cites ancient texts and maps dating back to the Nguyen dynasty to assert its historical connections to both island groups. The contention between China and Vietnam over the Paracels came to a head in 1974 with a brief but significant naval skirmish, resulting in Chinese control of the archipelago. Both nations staked their claims on parts of the Spratly Islands based on the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS principles, emphasizing their exclusive economic zones, EEZ. For Malaysia, features like Swallow Reef have been developed and maintained for maritime and aviation purposes. Brunei, in its subdued claim, focuses on Louisa Reef, citing its EEZ and continental shelf rights. Despite its distinct political trajectory from the People's Republic of China, Taiwan's claims in the South China Sea closely mirror those of Beijing, largely a legacy of the post-World War II period, when the Republic of China first made the 11-line claim, which was later reduced to the 9-line. Taiwan maintains a notable presence on Taiping Island, the largest of the Spratly Islands. While Indonesia doesn't claim any of the disputed islands, tensions have arisen due to China's 9-line overlapping with Indonesia's EEZ near the Natuna Islands. While traditionally maintaining an outsider stance in recent years, skirmishes between Chinese vessels and Indonesian Navy near the Natunas have heightened concerns. As observed by Donald E. Weatherby in Indonesia in ASEAN, Vision and Reality, Indonesia's strategic positioning often forces it into a delicate balancing act. In sum, the South China Sea is more than just a geopolitical chessboard. It's a reflection of the age-old tensions between history and modernity, national pride and international law, ambition and reality.
I think China is serious about this. I think Indonesia, being the farthest away from China, probably has experienced some of the least coercion. But quite clearly, China is intending to throw its weight around.
As the claims and counterclaims in the South China Sea grew more convoluted, the imperatives of international law and diplomacy assumed greater prominence. To disentangle the territorial web and ensure peaceful coexistence, nations turned to structured legal frameworks and multilateral forums. Often referred to as the Constitution for the Oceans, UNCLOS, ratified in 1982, sought to establish a comprehensive legal framework for the world's seas and oceans. Central to the South China Sea discourse are its provisions on territorial waters, exclusive economic zones, EEZs, and continental shelves. As Elizabeth Mann Borges writes in The Oceanic Circle, UNCLOS was a significant stride toward maritime governance, one that attempted to harmonize sovereign rights with international obligations. Under UNCLOS, coastal states are entitled to territorial seas extending up to 12 nautical miles from their coasts and have rights to exploit resources within a 200 nautical mile EEZ. These stipulations are pivotal for countries like the Philippines, Vietnam, and Malaysia when justifying their territorial claims. However, UNCLOS also grapples with features like islands, rocks, and atolls, the classification of which can impact maritime entitlements. Such nuances become contentious in areas like the Spratly Islands, where the distinction between islands and rocks significantly influences the extent of territorial waters and EEZs. This landmark ruling emerged as one of the most significant legal determinants concerning the South China Sea disputes. In 2013, following heightened tensions with China, the Philippines initiated an arbitration case under UNCLOS's dispute settlement mechanism, challenging several of China's claims and actions in the South China Sea. In July 2016, the tribunal issued its award, bringing forth several critical determinations. One, it rejected China's 9-line as having no legal basis under UNCLOS. Two, many of the features in the Spratly Islands were classified as rocks, not islands, thus not entitled to EEZs or continental shelves of their own. 3, China was found to have violated the Philippines' sovereign rights within its EEZ, especially concerning fishing and resource exploitation. 4, China's large-scale land reclamation and construction of artificial islands were deemed harmful to the marine environment, violating UNCLOS provisions. The tribunal's decision, while legally binding, lacked enforcement mechanisms.
The Philippines strongly affirms its respect for this milestone decision as an important contribution to ongoing efforts in addressing disputes in the South China Sea.
China rejected the ruling, emphasizing its non-participation in the arbitration process and continued to underscore its historical rights. The intricate dance between legal assertions and geopolitical realities in the South China Sea underscores a broader tension in international relations. The juxtaposition of international law's ideals against the pragmatic intricacies of state interests.
你非常准确地描述了中方的立场，因为我们确实是不承认，从一开始就不承认、不接受，所以呢，也不会跟这个所谓的非法的仲裁庭，发生任何可能产生法律上意义的司法，程序上的关系，我们也不会接受，他提供的所谓的任何的，不管是什么样的裁决。
As E.H. Carr astutely noted in the 20 Years Crisis, while the structures of law and diplomacy provide a framework, the dynamics of power and perception inevitably shape outcomes. Beyond the immediate territorial disputes and the legal wrangling lies the South China Sea's overarching significance in global geopolitics. This stretch of water, surrounded by rapidly developing economies, represents a nexus of trade, resources, and strategic maneuvering. The South China Sea is undeniably one of the world's most critical maritime arteries. Acting as the gateway between the Pacific and Indian Oceans, it connects the dynamic economies of East and Southeast Asia with the energy-rich Middle East, Africa, and the broader global market. According to the International Energy Agency, approximately 1/3 of the world's maritime trade flows through its waters. This includes a significant proportion of global oil shipments, making it an essential energy lifeline for major economies, especially China, Japan, and South Korea. Dr. Robert D. Kaplan, in his book Asia's Cauldron, underscores this, noting that the South China Sea is to China what the Caribbean once was to the U.S., a body of water crucial for its commercial and naval supremacy. Beyond its function as a trade conduit, the South China Sea is endowed with abundant natural resources. Its fisheries are among the most productive in the world, supporting the livelihoods of millions in the surrounding countries. According to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the South China Sea accounts for a significant portion of the global fish catch, making it a critical food security zone. Yet, beneath its azure waters lies another treasure: vast reserves of hydrocarbons. While exact figures remain subjects of debate, the U.S. Energy Information Administration estimates the South China Sea to hold approximately 11 billion barrels of oil and 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas in proven and probable reserves. Some Chinese estimates are even more optimistic. These reserves, if tapped efficiently, could transform the energy landscape of Southeast Asia, reducing dependency on Middle Eastern oil and further intertwining the economies around the sea. The tranquil waves of the South China Sea belie an undercurrent of rising militarization and tensions. It's dominated primarily by fishing boats and commercial vessels, now witnesses warships, fighter jets, and military installations, reflecting a new era of strategic competition. China's land reclamation activities in the South China Sea have been the most conspicuous aspect of the region's militarization. Starting around 2013, China embarked on a massive project to transform reefs, atolls, and shoals, particularly in the Spratly Islands, into larger landmasses capable of supporting military infrastructure. Mischief Reef, Subi Reef, and Fiery Cross Reef have been among the most significantly expanded. On some of these artificial islands, satellite imagery, as cited by the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative, reveals airstrips long enough to accommodate fighter jets, advanced radar facilities, missile shelters, and deep water ports.
China has been creating artificial islands in the South China Sea and turning them into military bases. It is attempting to solidify its claims to the strategically vital waters of the South China Sea inside the so-called 9-dash line. It is doing this for economic, military, and domestic political reasons.
While China's efforts are the most extensive, it's worth noting that other claimants, like Vietnam and the Philippines, have also developed features they control, albeit on a much smaller scale. As militarization progressed, The waters of the South China Sea have become a stage for strategic signaling and posturing, occasionally leading to skirmishes. In 2001, a U.S. Navy EP-3 surveillance plane and a Chinese jet fighter collided off Hainan Island, leading to a significant diplomatic standoff after the American plane made an emergency landing in China and its crew was detained.
I want to emphasize that the truth is that the US side stirred up troubles and made provocation first, while the Chinese side dealt with this in accordance with corresponding laws and regulations.
The Scarborough Shoal standoff in 2012 between Chinese and Philippine vessels marked a significant escalation. While initially a fishing-related dispute, it eventually saw both nations deploying naval assets, leading to heightened tensions. There have been multiple incidents involving U.S. naval vessels and Chinese ships, particularly during U.S. Freedom of Navigation operations, FONOPs, where the U.S. Navy sails close to disputed features to challenge excessive maritime claims. These operations have often been met with warnings and shadowing by the Chinese Navy or Coast Guard.
事实非常清楚，美方出于一己私利，抱持零和思维，不断在本地区加强军事部署，其结果必然是加剧局势紧张，危害地区和平稳定。地区国家应该深入地想一想，到底什么才是合适的，什么才是互利的，从而做出真正有利于自身利益、有利于地区和平稳定的选择。
Vietnam and China have also seen their share of confrontations. Notably, in 2014, China's placement of an oil rig, HD 981, in waters claimed by Vietnam led to a serious maritime standoff, with vessels from both sides reportedly ramming each other. The waters near the Natuna Islands have witnessed Indonesian authorities detaining Chinese fishing boats, with the Chinese Coast Guard sometimes intervening, reflecting the complexities even non-claimant states face. In the throes of escalating tensions, it's easy to overlook the persistent endeavors at peaceful resolution. However, amidst the militarization and sharp rhetoric, multilateral mechanisms and diplomatic dialogues have continuously worked to diffuse tensions and create a framework for cooperative engagement in the South China Sea.
I think the Philippines have every right to send their vessels, both commercial and military, anywhere they want in their exclusive economic zone. And China has no basis to claim that they need to remove it.
The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, has been at the forefront of multilateral efforts to address the South China Sea disputes. While the body itself doesn't possess an enforcement mechanism, its importance lies in providing a platform for dialogue and consensus building among its members and with external powers, especially China. The most notable ASEAN-centered initiative has been the push for a Code of Conduct, COC, in the South China Sea. Initiated in the early 2000s, the COC seeks to establish guidelines for behavior in the disputed waters, ensuring that nations avoid actions that could escalate tensions. The 2002 Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea, DOC, was an initial step, emphasizing the principles of the UN Charter and international law, particularly UNCLOS. However, crafting a binding COC has proven challenging, given the varying interests of ASEAN member states and China's assertive posture. Still, negotiations have persisted, reflecting the collective acknowledgement of the COC's potential in stabilizing the region. While multilateral mechanisms set the broad framework, the specifics are often ironed out in bilateral settings. Post the 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling, there was a thaw in relations under Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte, who sought closer ties with Beijing. This shift saw both countries initiating bilateral consultation mechanisms, specifically for the South China Sea, exploring joint resource exploration and crisis management measures. Both nations, despite their contentious history, have maintained a series of talks. These dialogues, often held annually, focus on confidence building, maritime safety, and potential cooperative projects. Malaysia has often preferred quiet diplomacy, engaging China directly to address overlapping claims. Such engagements have emphasized shared interests and mutual economic benefits. While the road to a comprehensive resolution remains fraught with obstacles, the consistent pursuit of dialogue underscores the region's aspiration for a peaceful and cooperative maritime order. As former ASEAN Secretary General Surin Pitsuwan remarked, "The strength of ASEAN is its process," emphasizing the continuous and patient diplomacy at play. In understanding the South China Sea's dynamics, it's pivotal to recognize both the immediate tensions and the underlying efforts to navigate them. For every tale of a skirmish, there's a parallel narrative of dialogue, underscoring the region's multifaceted character and the enduring hope for peaceful coexistence. The ripples of the South China Sea disputes traverse far beyond its immediate waters, influencing the strategic calculus of global powers and reshaping the tenor of international relations in the 21st century. Here's how the South China Sea becomes a microcosm of larger geopolitical dynamics, with significant implications for the world's leading powers. The South China Sea, with its strategic waterways and evolving power dynamics, is pivotal to U.S. interests in the Indo-Pacific. While not a claimant state, the U.S. has consistently emphasized the importance of freedom of navigation and overflight. As the world's leading naval power, the U.S. Navy's freedom of navigation operations, FONOPs, are not just symbolic gestures, but tangible assertions of its vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific. The South China Sea also plays into broader U.S. concerns about China's rise. As pointed out in The Tragedy of Great Power Politics by John Mearsheimer, the interplay of a rising power and an established hegemon invariably leads to strategic competition. The militarization and territorial disputes in the South China Sea are emblematic of this larger Sino-American rivalry, where both powers seek to shape the region according to their strategic imperatives. Japan, heavily reliant on the free flow of goods and energy through the South China Sea, views the stability of this maritime region as crucial. Any disruption here threatens Japan's energy security and its economic vitality. While Japan doesn't have direct territorial stakes, it has been vocal about the rule of law and the importance of UNCLOS. Japan's proactive diplomacy, including capacity-building assistance to coastal Southeast Asian nations and joint exercises, underscores Tokyo's apprehensions about the changing status quo. As Shinzo Abe, Japan's former prime minister, often emphasized, Japan's proactive peace posture is intertwined with regional stability, especially in vital areas like the South China Sea. Australia finds itself in a delicate balancing act when it comes to the South China Sea. On one hand, its robust economic ties with China make it a significant stakeholder in the peaceful resolution of disputes. On the other hand, its long-standing strategic alliance with the U.S. and shared democratic values with other regional players pull it towards a more assertive stance against any unilateral change to the maritime order. Australia's participation in multilateral naval exercises in the Indo-Pacific, including in proximity to the South China Sea, reflects its commitment to a rules-based regional order. The South China Sea, while geographically located in Southeast Asia, is a theater where global narratives intersect. As Dr. Henry Kissinger remarked in World Order, the intricacies of regional conflicts often draw in larger powers, not just because of immediate stakes, but due to the principles and order they represent. In a world marked by the interplay of globalization and geopolitics, the South China Sea stands as a testament to the complexities of international relations. The dynamics here, while rooted in historical and regional contexts, have profound implications for the trajectory of global power politics in the coming decades. The South China Sea, with its shimmering waters, has become the crucible for a multitude of intersecting interests, claims, and narratives. From deep historical roots to contemporary geopolitical aspirations, the intricacies of this maritime region stand as a reflection of the broader challenges our interconnected world faces today. It's more than just territorial disputes over islands and waters. It's a litmus test for international law, a gauge of great power rivalry, and a touchstone for regional cooperation. But as complex as the situation is, it's imperative to remember that the vast expanse of the sea itself signifies possibility. The possibility to navigate, negotiate, and find common ground. The stakes in the South China Sea are undeniably high. Yet, as history has shown us time and again, confrontations on such scales seldom benefit any party involved. diplomatic channels, multilateral forums, and mutual respect for international laws and norms remain the beacon lights guiding nations toward peaceful coexistence. The ongoing dialogues, whether bilateral or under the auspices of ASEAN, show the collective yearning for a peaceful resolution, even amid the cacophony of competing interests. As vast and profound as the waters of the South China Sea are, so is the depth of the narratives that revolve around it. In our rapidly evolving world, staying informed and understanding the nuances behind headlines is more crucial than ever. Every wave in this sea tells a tale. Every diplomatic endeavor paints a picture of hope. Let's commit to deepening our understanding, fostering dialogues, and championing peaceful resolutions. Whether you're a student, a policymaker, or simply an engaged global citizen, your voice, your understanding, and your advocacy for peace can make a difference. In the immortal words of Mahatma Gandhi, you must be the change you wish to see in the world. Let that change be one of understanding, empathy, and commitment to a world where disputes are resolved not through might, but through dialogue and mutual respect. Thank you for journeying with us through the waters of the South China Sea. Stay curious, stay informed, and let's sail towards a brighter, more harmonious horizon together. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more in-depth coverage of more countries. Co Trao, also known as Phu Quoc in Vietnam, is the largest island in Vietnam, situated in the Gulf of Thailand, covering approximately 589 square kilometers with a population of around 179,000 people. As of 2020, the island is renowned for its stunning beaches, rich fishing grounds, and burgeoning tourism industry. Economically, Phu Quoc plays a key role in Vietnam's fishing, agriculture, and tourism sectors, with its traditional production of fish sauce and black pepper adding to its significance. In terms of its importance to both Cambodia and Vietnam, Phu Quoc holds economic and strategic value. As a rapidly growing tourist destination, the island attracts both domestic and international visitors, increased by infrastructure projects such as luxury resorts and hotels. Strategically, Phu Quoc's location in the Gulf of Thailand gives it significance in maritime activities, and its proximity to major shipping routes adds potential military value. The island's ownership has been a subject of historical and legal contention, particularly between Cambodia and Vietnam. Cambodia's claims date back to 1615, though evidence of substantial Khmer control over Co Trao is limited. Cambodian political leaders have often used the issue to rally nationalist sentiments, with opposition figures like Sam Rainsy and Kem Sokha calling for the island's return to Cambodia. The legal dispute revolves around historical treaties and international law, with Cambodia arguing that the island was unjustly given to Vietnam in 1954 based on the Brevy Line, while Vietnam asserts its sovereignty through continuous administration and development. Phu Quoc has a history of human habitation that dates back approximately 2,500 years. Archaeological findings, including pottery from the Akio period, 1st to 7th century AD, suggest a Proto-Khmer presence on the island. The earliest recorded Cambodian references to Co Trao appear in royal documents from 1615, which include the island as part of the Khmer Empire. However, there is limited evidence to suggest significant Khmer authority or settlement on the island during this period. During the colonial era, Phu Quoc's control shifted under French administration. The island became part of Cochin China, a region in southern Vietnam during the French rule. In 1939, the French drew the Brevy Line for administrative purposes, placing Phu Quoc under Vietnamese control. While this line was not meant to determine sovereignty, Cambodia has since argued that it unfairly placed the island under Vietnam's jurisdiction. Following the end of French colonial rule, the island remained under Vietnamese administration, and in 1954, the Geneva Accords officially recognized Vietnam's control over Phu Quoc. Despite protests from Cambodia, the continued Vietnamese administration of the island has fueled a long-standing territorial dispute between Cambodia and Vietnam. Phu Quoc has emerged as a vital economic hub in Vietnam, primarily due to its booming tourism and fishing industries. In 2024, it experienced remarkable tourism growth, welcoming nearly 724,000 international visitors in the first 9 months, a 56.5% year-on-year increase. The island saw over 500,000 foreign tourists in the first quarter alone, reflecting a growth of over 200% compared to the previous year. By year-end, Phu Quoc is expected to attract over 847,000 foreign tourists, marking a 52.6% increase from 2023. This influx has enhanced the local economy, leading to the development of numerous luxury resorts, hotels, and recreational facilities. Additionally, fishing remains a crucial economic activity, with Phu Quoc renowned for its fish sauce production.
So this is the best one?
Yes,
right?
the 45 is the best one. It's less salty.
A staple in Vietnamese cuisine, as well as its black pepper cultivation. Agriculture also plays a key role, with the island's diverse ecosystem supporting various crops. In 2024, Phu Quoc has attracted over $17 billion in investment to boost its economic potential, focusing on significant infrastructure projects like the expansion of Phu Quoc International Airport and the development of modern seaports. The island now features more than 700 lodging facilities with nearly 25,000 rooms, 5-star hotel by year-end. The completion of the Phu Quoc Master Plan aims to create a mixed-use district to support over 80,000 residents and accommodate the growing tourism industry. High-end real estate developments, such as the Phu Quoc United Center, illustrate the island's hospitality sector's expansion, featuring hotels, shopping centers, and entertainment facilities. Furthermore, the Phu Quoc Master Plan aims to transform the island into a sustainable economic hub by 2030, incorporating mixed-use developments and residential areas to accommodate the growing population and increasing tourist influx. Strategically, Phu Quoc holds significant geopolitical importance due to its location at the southern end of the South China Sea, near vital maritime routes like the Straits of Malacca and Singapore. Control over the island enhances Vietnam's ability to monitor and secure these essential sea lanes, allowing the country to project power and influence amid ongoing territorial disputes in the region. Historically, Phu Quoc served as a critical military site during the Vietnam War, and it continues to maintain military significance today. With naval and air force facilities on the island, Vietnam reinforces its defense strategy, ensuring the security of its maritime routes and addressing potential threats from neighboring countries. The current dispute over Co Trao, known as Phu Quoc in Vietnam, dates back to the 1954 Geneva Accords, which recognized Vietnam's control over the island despite protests from Cambodia. This decision has been a source of tension ever since, with Cambodian opposition leaders frequently raising the issue to rally nationalist support. In 2012, opposition leader Kem Sokha reignited the debate, calling for the island's return to Cambodia and advocating for a peaceful resolution to the dispute. Sam Rainsy, a major opposition leader, has long used the issue to criticize the Cambodian People's Party, CPP, and build nationalist sentiment, insisting that Co Trao rightfully belongs to Cambodia. Kem Sokha has also been vocal, emphasizing the need for legal avenues to resolve the conflict. These leaders and their parties, including the Cambodia National Rescue Party, CNRP, have pledged to push for international legal efforts to reclaim the island. Meanwhile, Vietnam continues to develop Phu Quoc, turning it into a major tourism and economic hub. Despite facing challenges such as infrastructure limitations and environmental concerns, Vietnam plans to further develop Phu Quoc as a sustainable tourism center, promoting its historical and cultural significance to both domestic and international audiences. The legal arguments surrounding the Co Trao Phu Quoc dispute are rooted in international law and treaties. A key document is the 1954 Geneva Accords, which officially recognized Vietnam's control over Phu Quoc following the end of French colonial rule. This agreement forms a cornerstone of Vietnam's legal claims to the island. Additionally, both Cambodia and Vietnam are signatories to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, which offers guidelines for resolving maritime disputes but does not specifically address historical claims like those tied to co-trowel, complicating the legal context. Cambodia challenges Vietnam's sovereignty by questioning the significance of the Brevy Line, a boundary established in 1939 by the French colonial administration that placed Phu Quoc under Vietnamese control for administrative purposes. Cambodia argues that this line was never meant to determine sovereignty. Legal precedents such as the International Court of Justice, ICJ, ruling in the Pedra Branca dispute between Singapore and Malaysia, highlight the importance of effective administration and continuous usage, both of which Vietnam cites as support for its control over Phu Quoc. Despite Cambodia raising the issue through diplomatic channels, there have been no formal international court cases addressing the dispute. Cambodian political parties, including the Cambodia National Rescue Party, CNRP, have called for international legal action, but such efforts have yet to materialize. A potential diplomatic resolution could ease tensions and promote regional stability, while leaving the dispute unresolved risks continued friction between Cambodia and Vietnam, affecting their bilateral relations and cooperation in Southeast Asia. In essence, the co-trowel, Phu Quoc, dispute encapsulates a complex interplay of historical claims, legal arguments, and geopolitical considerations between Cambodia and Vietnam. While Phu Quoc stands as a burgeoning economic hub with significant tourism and fishing industries, its strategic location in the South China Sea further enhances its importance. The ongoing tensions and calls for reclaiming the island underscore the need for diplomatic dialogue to resolve historical grievances, promote regional stability, and foster cooperative relations between the two nations. Thank you for tuning into our channel. If you enjoyed the video, please remember to like, share it with your friends, and subscribe to our channel for more in-depth analysis of global issues. In the vast expanse of the South China Sea, a pressing question emerges. Who really owns the West Philippine Sea? This region, teeming with resources and imbued with centuries of history, stands at the crossroads of geopolitics and ancestral ties. Here, narratives of power, economics, and heritage intertwine, beckoning nations to find their footing amidst the shifting sands of modern international relations. As the waters ebb and flow, the quest for understanding and resolution continues, underscoring the sea's profound significance in the global tapestry. Spanning a staggering 3.5 million square kilometers, the South China Sea serves as a bridge between the Pacific and Indian Oceans, bordered by several nations, including China, the Philippines, Vietnam, and Malaysia. It features critical maritime attributes with many territories under dispute. The West Philippine Sea specifically points to waters west of the Philippines, including the Luzon Sea, Calayan Island Group, and Scarborough Shoal, representing the Philippines' maritime claims amidst the broader South China Sea disputes. A substantial portion of global shipping, about a third, courses through these waters, with the promise of rich fishing zones, prospective oil and gas deposits, and unparalleled biodiversity enhancing its global status. The South China Sea's historical legacy, tracing back to the ancient maritime Silk Road, has witnessed significant interactions between ancient civilizations. With European exploration in the 16th century, the region became a focal point for colonial interests. The South China Sea, named so by early European cartographers, contrasts with the term West Philippine Sea, introduced by the Philippines in 2012 to underscore its territorial claims, highlighting that names bear deep political and historical weights. As Dr. Samantha Grossman aptly puts it, the South China Sea's waters bear witness to a rich tapestry of history, and current disagreements reflect deeper struggles over historical narratives and identities. The South China Sea has become a complex web of intersecting territorial claims. The Philippines, rooted in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS. The Philippines stakes its claim to an exclusive economic zone, EEZ, spanning parts of the West Philippine Sea. This interpretation of UNCLOS posits that nations have sovereign rights over resources within 200 nautical miles from their baselines, thus supporting the Philippines' claim. In 2016, the Permanent Court of Arbitration largely sided with the Philippines, yet the ruling's implementation remains an uphill battle. China. The 9-dash line outlines China's claims, engulfing almost 90% of the South China Sea, derived from historical maps and presence. Other nations, countries like Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, and Taiwan, have staked their claims based on historical linkages and UNCLOS clauses. The West Philippine Sea shelters significant treasures. The fisheries here account for an impressive 10% of global fish catch. Moreover, potential hydrocarbon reserves valued at an approximate $1 trillion beckon nations. With global trade worth over $3 trillion passing through, the South China Sea's value as a principal shipping route is undeniable. Furthermore, its strategic placement amplifies its military importance. UNCLOS, often hailed as the Constitution for the Oceans, stands as the defining treaty shaping maritime territorial entitlements. In 2013, to counter China's territorial assertions, the Philippines approached the Permanent Court of Arbitration. The 2016 verdict leaned significantly in favor of the Philippines, an outcome, however, that China refused to acknowledge. As Professor Julian Koo remarks, the 2016 ruling's dismissal by China underscores the challenges that international law faces in today's geopolitics.
I think the Philippines have every right to send their vessels, both commercial and military, anywhere they want in their exclusive economic zone, and China has no basis to claim that they need to remove it.
Beyond geopolitical tussles, the West Philippine Sea is an ecological haven. Yet human endeavors and territorial spats have triggered environmental alarm bells. China's extensive land reclamation activities have ravaged nearly 2,000 square kilometers of precious coral reefs, with many of these ecosystems now teetering on the brink of irrevocable damage. Such actions, resulting in the loss of islands, atolls, and reefs, spell peril for marine life and migratory birds.
China has been creating artificial islands in the South China Sea and turning them into military bases. It is attempting to solidify its claims to the strategically vital waters of the South China Sea inside the so-called 9-dash line. It is doing this for economic, military, and domestic political reasons.
Rising sea levels, a direct consequence of global warming, pose threats to islands and exacerbate maritime boundary complexities. Furthermore, escalating ocean temperatures catalyze disturbances like coral bleaching and acidification, endangering marine ecosystems. The West Philippine Sea's strategic importance has garnered global attention, complicating regional disputes. The U.S., by asserting freedom of navigation, has not only contested territorial claims through its freedom of navigation operations, but has also fortified its regional influence through defense treaties like the one with the Philippines, thus checking dominance in the region.
I want to emphasize that the truth is that the US side stirred up troubles and made provocation first, while the Chinese side dealt with this in accordance with corresponding laws and regulations.
The escalation in China's militarization tactics, including the deployment of missile systems, heightens tensions. In response, nations, including the US, are bolstering their defense strategies. Defense accords like the Philippines-US Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, EDCA, serve to counteract China's expanding influence.
事实非常清楚，美方出于一己私利，抱持零和思维，不断在本地区加强军事部署，其结果必然是加剧局势紧张，危害地区和平稳定。地区国家应该深入地想一想，到底什么才是合适的，什么才是互利的，从而做出真正有利于自身利益、有利于地区和平稳定的选择。
Attaining lasting tranquility in the West Philippine Sea mandates mutual respect and collaboration. While China and the Philippines have initiated bilateral talks to navigate territorial disputes, regional bodies like ASEAN are also instrumental in mediating contentions and are actively advocating for a collective code of conduct. Diplomatic engagement, prioritized over military showdowns, promises enduring peace. Such platforms for dialogue, fostering mutual understanding and collective endeavors are indispensable. The West Philippine Sea debate transcends mere territorial demarcations, delving deeply into sovereignty nuances, international jurisprudence, and regional harmony. While the Philippines' claim, anchored in international law, sharply contrasts with China's reliance on historical context and power dynamics, it is crucial for nations to rekindle their shared legacies and mutual ambitions. United by principles of justice, cooperation, and a shared vision of peace and prosperity, the region, considering its immense global significance, should advocate for respect towards established international norms, accentuating the Paracel Islands, also known as the Xisha Islands in Chinese and the Hoang Sa Archipelago in Vietnamese, are a disputed archipelago in the South China Sea. This group of around 130 tiny coral islands and reefs, categorized into the Crescent Group and the Amphitrite Group, covers a land area of approximately 7.75 square kilometers and a maritime area of about 15,000 square kilometers. Located roughly 400 kilometers from Vietnam and 330 kilometers from Hainan, the islands are currently under the control of the People's Republic of China, despite overlapping claims from Taiwan and Vietnam. Historically, the French Indochina colonial government established weather and telecommunication stations on Woody Island and Paddle Island in the 1930s, which were maintained until 1945. During the Second Sino-Japanese War, Japan occupied the islands, incorporating them into Japanese Taiwan in 1941. Post-war, the Republic of China reasserted its presence in 1946. The PRC has maintained de facto control since the 1974 Battle of the Paracel Islands. In 2012, China established Sancha City in Hainan Province to administer the area.
建三叉福地主要是为了咸方的维权和建设发展。按照省政府的规划的要求，初步确定在文昌市的木兰湾。
And by 2017, had built 20 outposts on reclaimed land, including 3 harbors. The sovereignty of the Paracel Islands remains a contentious issue among the PRC, Taiwan, and Vietnam. The Paracel Islands, located in the South China Sea, are indeed a region of significant strategic and resource potential. The waters surrounding the Paracel Islands are rich in marine biodiversity, making them highly productive fishing grounds. These waters are crucial for the fishing industries of the surrounding nations, providing a significant source of food and economic activity. The seabed around the Paracel Islands is believed to contain substantial, yet largely unexplored reserves of oil and natural gas. These potential energy resources make the area highly valuable and strategically important, as control over these resources could significantly enhance the energy security and economic power of the controlling nation. The Paracel Islands encompass 518 kilometers, 322 miles of coastline and feature a tropical climate. The archipelago's extremes in elevation range from sea level to the highest point on an unnamed rocky island site at 14 meters, 46 feet. The islands are rich in natural resources, including fish, coral reefs, and potentially significant quantities of oil and gas. However, they are also susceptible to natural disasters such as typhoons. Geographically, the Paracel Islands are divided into 2 main clusters, the Northeastern Amphitrite Group and the Western Crescent Group. The Amphitrite Group, named after the French ship Amphitrite, which explored the islands between 1698 and 1700s while escorting a Jesuit mission to Canton, is located in the northeastern part of the Paracel Islands. This group consists of low, narrow islands with sand cays and enclosed shallow lagoons connected by rock reefs, forming an oval shape with a north-south axis of approximately 22 kilometers, 14 miles. It lies roughly 37 kilometers, 23 miles northwest of Lincoln Island. The northern portion of the group includes the Keelan U subgroup, also known as the Seven Sisters, which comprises North Island, Middle Island, South Island, North Sand, Middle Sand, South Sand, and two smaller sands, along with West Sand and Tree Island. The Crescent Group, located about 70 kilometers, 43 miles, southwest of the Amphitrite Group, consists of reefs and islands that form a crescent shape from west to east around a central deep lagoon. Spanning 31 by 15 kilometers, this group features vegetation on every island except for the small cays. The islands are named after former British East India Company, EIC executives, including John William Roberts, Thomas Paddle, and James Drummond. At the southwestern tip of the group lies Money Island, known in Chinese as Jin Yin Dao. Just 2.4 kilometers east of Money Island is Antelope Reef, which features a central lagoon that submerges at high tide. Northeast of this are Paddle Island and Robert Island, also known as Round Island, separated by a 3.5 kilometer strait. Paddle Island is notable for its French-built weather station and radio station, constructed in 1932 and 1937, respectively. Further northeast is Quan Phu Dao, meaning All Wealth Island, along with Silver Islet, Observation Bank, and a smaller cay. Directly south of these locations are Xianxie Yu, Salty Hut, and Yagong Dao, He Duck. The eastern edge of the group features a 12-kilometer-long boomerang-shaped reef with Stone Islet at the northern end and Drummond Island at the southern end. Close to the center of this reef lies Dragon Hole, the world's deepest known sinkhole. The Duncan Islands, composed of Duncan Island and Palm Island, are located roughly 3 kilometers west of Drummond Island and 8 kilometers east of Antelope Reef. Midway between Antelope Reef and Palm Island lies Little Basket, also known as Kwangzai Shaju. China's claim of sovereignty over the Sisha Paracel archipelagos is rooted in historical assertions. Chinese records of activities and statements dating back centuries are presented as evidence supporting these claims. Notably, China asserts that its sovereignty over the South China Sea islands predates the development of modern international law by Hugo Grotius in the 17th century. As international law evolved, specific criteria for asserting state authority over regions were established, and China's historical claims must be evaluated within this legal framework. International law recognizes 4 primary methods of acquiring sovereign territory: conquest, occupation, prescription, and discovery. China bases its claims primarily on the discovery and subsequent occupation of these islands. China argues that its historical actions and continuous presence in the South China Sea islands constitute a valid basis for sovereignty. These historical facts, combined with the principles of international law, form the foundation of China's claim to the Nansha and Sisha archipelagos. China's claim to the Nansha and Sisha Islands originates from the Han Dynasty over 2,100 years ago. During this period, Emperor Han dispatched Admiral Yang Pu and his subordinates to discover these islands. At that time, both tradition and international law maintained that he who discovers the territory holds its sovereignty, establishing China's rightful ownership of the Nansha and Sisha Islands through discovery. Prior to the 18th century, discovery and symbolic occupation were sufficient to assert sovereignty. However, since the 17th century, international law has required occupation and actions of authority to accompany claims of sovereignty based on discovery. China's claim to the Nansha and Sisha Islands is rooted not only in their discovery, but also in continuous occupation and the exercise of jurisdiction. After discovering these islands during the Han Dynasty, the Chinese government maintained effective possession, reinforcing their sovereignty claim through continuous administration and symbolic occupation. Historical legal cases, such as the Palmas Island arbitration by Max Huber and the Eastern Greenland case before the Permanent Court of International Justice, emphasize the importance of effective occupation and the exercise of state authority in establishing sovereignty. For a claim of sovereignty through peaceful occupation under international law, 2 primary conditions must be met. The territory must be terra nullius, belonging to no one, and it must be occupied visibly and effectively. This doesn't necessitate occupation of the entire territory, but requires the establishment of control and administration. China has met these criteria through continuous and peaceful occupation since Admiral Cheng Ho's expedition to the South China Sea in 1405. Emperor Chengzu of the Ming Dynasty sent Cheng Ho as a special envoy, integrating the Nansha Islands into China's official maps as Wanlishitang, 10,000 li rocky reefs. Several pieces of historical evidence support China's claim. For centuries, Chinese settlers from Hainan periodically relocated to the Nansha and Xisha Islands, constructing homes, temples, and cemeteries. Artifacts like coins, door frames, and chinaware found on these islands confirm long-term Chinese habitation. Additionally, the Qing dynasty published several maps in the 18th and 19th centuries, all depicting the Nansha Islands as part of China. These maps include titles such as the China and Foreign World Map of the Great Qing Empire, 1724, and Map of the Unified Territory of the Great Qing Empire, 1767. The Qing dynasty also protested against Germany's survey attempts in 1883, leading Germany to halt its activities in recognition of Chinese sovereignty. In 1909, Admiral Li Jun led a naval inspection and renaming expedition to the islands. During the French colonial period in Vietnam, the French acknowledged the presence of Chinese residents on the Nansha Islands, along with their temples and other cultural artifacts during their brief occupation attempts in 1933. Japan occupied the Nansha and Xisha Islands during World War II, and after Japan's surrender, China reasserted control, establishing administrative governance over these islands. Further reinforcement of China's sovereignty includes Japan's renunciation of claims to the islands in the 1951 San Francisco Peace Treaty and the 1952 Sino-Japanese Peace Treaty. Vietnam was divided into North and South Vietnam before 1975. South Vietnam was called the Republic of Vietnam, which existed from 1954 to 1975. North Vietnam defeats South Vietnam in 1975. The unified Vietnam is called the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. The Vietnamese attitude toward China's claim of sole sovereignty over the Paracel Islands is different. The Republic of Vietnam initiated both legal and military actions to challenge China's sovereignty claims in the South China Sea by deploying troops to some of the Paracel and Spratly Islands.
In the past couple of days, Vietnam has illegally disturbed Chinese fishing operations, says the Chinese Foreign Ministry. They also accuse Vietnam of interfering with a billion-dollar oil rig.
On July 30th, 1971, the Republic of Vietnam issued a declaration on the sovereignty of the Republic of Vietnam over the archipelagos of Paracels and Spratly, presenting 5 points to support its claim. First, in 1802, Emperor Jia Long established a Dio Hoang Sa, Company of the Paracels, to oversee the exploitation of these islands. Second, in 1830, under Emperor Minh Mang, the Truong Sa, Spratly Islands were included as part of Vietnamese territory on the kingdom's first maps. Third, the French government, representing the Vietnamese Empire, officially took possession of the Spratly Islands in 1930 and 1933, notifying foreign powers of this by a letter dated September 29, 1933. Fourth, during the 1951 San Francisco Peace Conference, Japan renounced all territories seized during World War II, including the Spratly and Paracel Islands, and the Vietnamese delegates' statement of sovereignty over these islands went unchallenged. Fifth, on October 22, 1956, the President of the Republic of Vietnam placed the Spratly Islands under the administration of Ba Ria Province, asserting that the Republic of Vietnam fulfilled the conditions required by the 1885 Convention on Territorial Competency. In a significant move, on January 19th and 20, 1974, the Republic of Vietnam deployed troops to 6 of the 15 major Paracel Islands. In response, the PRC sent warships to defend the Xisha Islands, forcing the South Vietnamese to retreat. Despite this military conflict, no resolution was reached before the collapse of the Republic of Vietnam in 1975. The position of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam on the sovereignty of the South China Sea Islands has been inconsistent. Before the unification of North and South Vietnam, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam recognized Chinese sovereignty over the Xisha and Nansha Islands, avoiding conflict. On June 15, 1956, Vice Foreign Minister Un Van Kim acknowledged to Lee Jae-min, charge d'affaires of the Chinese embassy in Vietnam, that according to Vietnamese data, the Xisha and Nansha Islands were historically part of Chinese territory, citing their inclusion in Chinese records dating back to the Song dynasty. This acknowledgement was reiterated on September 4, 1958, when the PRC declared a 12 nautical mile territorial sea, including these islands. The Vietnamese government, led by Premier Pham Van Dong, expressed support for this declaration, further affirming Chinese sovereignty over these islands. However, since 1974, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam has reverted to its earlier stance, asserting Vietnamese sovereignty over these islands in its White Book. This document references the Dai Nam Thuo Ching Bien, official chronicles of Dai Nam, which records the occupation of the Hoang-Sa Islands by King Jialong in 1816. The White Book claims that the Truong-Sa archipelago, historically called Sai Truong-Sa, refers to the Nansha Islands. However, historical records suggest that Sai Truong-Sa was along the Vietnamese coast, not where China's Nansha Islands are located. This legal dispute escalated into military conflict when the PRC ousted Vietnamese forces from the islands. One of the most distinctive features of the Paracel Islands is Dragon Hole, the world's deepest underwater sinkhole. The islands are home to seabirds and sea turtles and experience a hot, humid climate with substantial rainfall and the potential for annual typhoons. The seafloor around the archipelago contains untapped oil and gas reserves, surrounded by rich fishing grounds. The tropical weather in the region is significantly influenced by monsoonal winds, which blow from the southwest in summer and from the northeast in winter. The southern basin receives annual rainfall ranging from about 80 inches, 2,000 millimeters, to over 120 inches, 3,000 millimeters, with frequent summer typhoons. As of 2024, the ownership of the Paracel Islands remains a contentious issue. China maintains In 1995, Filipino fishermen seeking shelter from a storm stumbled upon a curious site in the South China Sea. What they thought was a safe haven turned out to be something far more controversial: Mischief Reef, with mysterious new structures built by foreign hands. This seemingly barren atoll, once a quiet fishing ground, has since become a flashpoint for geopolitical drama. Nations argue, navies patrol, and diplomats debate over its true ownership. But how did this reef, submerged at high tide and far from the shores of its contenders, become a symbol of power and dominance in one of the world's most contested waters? Let's unravel the intrigue surrounding Mischief Reef and its ownership. Mischief Reef, also known as Panganiban Reef in the Philippines and Meiji Jiao in China, is no ordinary speck of land in the South China Sea. Situated roughly 250 kilometers west of the Philippine island of Palawan, this low tide elevation may seem unremarkable at first glance. But don't be fooled. This coral reef has become a microcosm of the fierce geopolitical struggle playing out across one of the world's busiest waterways. Once a quiet fishing ground for locals, Mischief Reef now stands at the epicenter of heated debates over sovereignty, control, and maritime power. The answer to this seemingly simple question is anything but straightforward. China, the Philippines, and Vietnam all lay claim to this strategic reef, making its ownership one of the most contested issues in modern geopolitics. In 2016, the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague ruled that Mischief Reef lies within the Philippines' exclusive economic zone, EEZ, and has no legal basis as Chinese territory. Yet, China's sprawling military installations on the reef, complete with airstrips, radar systems, and hangars, paint a different picture, one of power projection and dominance. The reef is now a fortified stronghold, sparking alarm across Southeast Asia and beyond. The stakes couldn't be higher. The South China Sea is more than just a patch of ocean. It's a maritime superhighway carrying over $3.4 trillion in annual trade. Beneath its waves lies untapped oil and gas reserves that could power entire nations, while its waters teem with some of the world's richest fishing grounds. Control of key locations like Mischief Reef isn't just about territorial pride. It's about commanding vital resources, trade routes, and strategic military footholds. As the region's nations and external powers like the United States clash over this prized body of water, one thing is clear: the battle for Mischief Reef is far from over, and its story is one the world can't afford to ignore. Under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, the Philippines holds a strong legal basis for its claim over Mischief Reef. Located just 250 kilometers from Palawan, the reef lies well within the Philippines' 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone, EEZ, granting the country sovereign rights to explore and exploit marine resources in the area. Mischief Reef is not just close to Philippine shores, it's far from China's mainland, more than 1,200 kilometers away, raising fundamental questions about Beijing's territorial assertions. Adding complexity to the dispute, Mischief Reef is classified as a submerged feature, which, according to international law, cannot be claimed as sovereign territory by any nation. Instead, such features are considered part of the seabed and subject to the exclusive economic zone of the nearest coastal state. For the Philippines, this legal clarity under UNCLOS is central to its argument. Mischief Reef lies within its exclusive economic zone, making China's occupation and fortification a clear violation of Philippine rights. In a historic decision, the Permanent Court of Arbitration, PCA, in The Hague ruled decisively in favor of the Philippines in 2016, rejecting China's sweeping claims over the South China Sea. The tribunal concluded that Beijing's 9-dash line, a loosely defined boundary encompassing nearly 90% of the South China Sea, had no basis in international law. Specifically regarding Mischief Reef, the PCA determined that Mischief Reef is a low-tide elevation, meaning it cannot generate territorial seas or exclusive economic zones. The reef lies entirely within the Philippines' exclusive economic zone, granting the Philippines sovereign rights over its resources. China's activities, including the construction of artificial islands and military facilities, violated the Philippines' sovereign rights. The tribunal's scathing critique of China's actions is summed up in its findings. China has no historic rights to resources within the sea areas falling within the 9-dash line. This legal declaration invalidated China's expansive claims, reaffirming the Philippines' rightful position under international law. The PCA's decision marked a watershed moment for the Philippines, delivering a significant legal and moral victory in one of the most contentious maritime disputes of modern times. It underscored the principle that might does not make right and bolstered the rules-based international order. However, while the ruling is legally binding, China has dismissed it outright, continuing its activities on Mischief Reef and other contested areas. For the Philippines, the ruling is both a validation of its sovereignty and a rallying point for international support. The challenge remains: how can Manila enforce its legal win in the face of a rising superpower determined to reshape the South China Sea? The answer to that question will shape the future of this vital maritime region. China's claim to Mischief Reef, like much of the South China Sea, is rooted in its controversial 9-dash line, a boundary first published on maps in the 1940s that encompasses nearly 90% of the sea. Beijing asserts that its fishermen and traders have used the South China Sea for centuries, reinforcing its narrative of historic rights. However, this claim is hotly contested, as international law, including UNCLOS, does not recognize historical maps as a valid basis for maritime entitlements. China often invokes the principle of indisputable sovereignty to justify its control over the region. By framing its South China Sea claims as a matter of national pride and territorial integrity, Beijing positions itself as unwilling to compromise, further complicating diplomatic efforts. Yet critics argue that China's historical narrative is selective and lacks concrete evidence to substantiate its expansive claims, especially over submerged features like Mischief Reef. The 2016 ruling by the Permanent Court of Arbitration, PCA, which invalidated China's claims under the 9-dash line, was outrightly dismissed by Beijing, labeling the tribunal as illegitimate and its decision as null and void. China has refused to participate in or recognize the proceedings. Beijing's rationale? It argues that the tribunal lacked jurisdiction over matters involving territorial sovereignty and insists that its claims predate UNCLOS, making them immune to such rulings. China's rejection reflects a broader strategy. Asserting its dominance while disregarding international legal frameworks it perceives as unfavorable. By ignoring the PCA ruling, Beijing has signaled its intent to settle disputes on its own terms, often through a combination of diplomatic pressure, economic leverage, and military might. China's activities on Mischief Reef have transformed it from a submerged coral atoll into a strategic military stronghold. Since the mid-2010s, Beijing has conducted massive land reclamation projects, creating over 550 hectares of artificial land. Satellite imagery reveals a sprawling military complex, including airstrips, radar systems, hangars for combat aircraft, harbors for warships, and missile defense systems. These installations are not just symbolic, they're strategic assets aimed at projecting power across the South China Sea. For the Philippines and other claimant states, China's militarization of Mischief Reef poses significant challenges. It undermines Philippine sovereignty, threatens the region's stability, and raises concerns about Beijing's long-term intentions. China's fortified presence on Mischief Reef effectively turns it into an unsinkable aircraft carrier, giving Beijing a strategic advantage in the South China Sea. The South China Sea dispute is not just a bilateral tug-of-war between the Philippines and China, it's a multilateral conundrum involving Vietnam, Malaysia, and Brunei, all of whom have competing claims to portions of the sea. Vietnam asserts historical sovereignty over large sections of the Spratly and Paracel Islands, bolstered by its continuous presence and activities in the region. Malaysia claims parts of the Spratly Islands based on their proximity to its continental shelf, while Brunei stakes a modest claim to the southern reaches of the Spratly chain, aligning with its exclusive economic zone, EEZ. Although their territorial claims do not directly extend to Mischief Reef, these nations view China's actions on the reef and the broader South China Sea with growing unease. Beijing's militarization and its sweeping 9-dash line affect their own economic and security interests, creating a shared sense of vulnerability and urgency. Vietnam has been particularly vocal in its opposition to China's aggressive tactics, frequently lodging formal protests and deploying naval forces in disputed areas. Its historical claims to the Spratlys overlap with China's, and the country perceives Beijing's actions at Mischief Reef as part of a broader strategy to undermine Vietnamese sovereignty. Similarly, Malaysia, which has traditionally pursued quieter diplomacy, has begun taking a firmer stance in recent years, filing submissions to the United Nations to affirm its maritime rights. Brunei, while generally more reserved, quietly aligns with ASEAN's collective calls for the peaceful resolution of disputes and adherence to international law. For these nations, the implications of China's militarization of Mischief Reef are clear. It sets a dangerous precedent, enabling Beijing to unilaterally alter the region's balance of power and diminish their own claims. Recognizing the need for unity in the face of China's assertiveness, South China Sea nations have occasionally banded together to voice their concerns. ASEAN, the regional bloc that includes all claimant states, has repeatedly emphasized the importance of peace, stability, and freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. Though its statements are often carefully worded to avoid alienating China, ASEAN has called for the early conclusion of a code of conduct, a legally binding agreement to manage disputes in the region. On bilateral levels, Vietnam and the Philippines have enhanced their maritime cooperation, conducting joint naval drills and sharing intelligence to counterbalance China's dominance. In 2024, Vietnam, Malaysia, and the Philippines issued coordinated protests against China's establishment of new administrative districts in disputed territories, signaling a growing willingness to present a unified front. While collective action remains challenging due to differing national interests and levels of dependence on China, the overlapping concerns of South China Sea nations highlight the need for greater collaboration. For Vietnam, Malaysia, and Brunei, China's actions at Mischief Reef are not just a Philippine problem. They are a regional issue that threatens the sovereignty and security of all claimant states. Whether through ASEAN or smaller coalitions, the road ahead will likely demand a balance of diplomacy, legal action, and strategic partnerships to address an increasingly assertive China. The South China Sea is far more than a regional dispute. It's a critical artery of global commerce with 1/3 of the world's maritime trade, worth an estimated $3.4 trillion annually, passing through its waters. As China builds military installations on features like Mischief Reef and asserts dominance through its expansive 9-dash line, the international community has grown increasingly alarmed. Beijing's actions threaten to upend the delicate balance of power in the Indo-Pacific, sparking fears of militarized conflict and economic disruption in one of the world's most vital regions. For many nations, the South China Sea is a test case for the broader principle of respecting international law and the sovereignty of smaller states. China's refusal to abide by the 2016 PCA ruling and its aggressive reclamation projects are widely seen as violations of international norms, raising concerns about Beijing's willingness to flout global rules in pursuit of unilateral gains. At the heart of the international community's concerns is the principle of freedom of navigation. With vital sea lanes cutting through the South China Sea, ensuring unimpeded access for commercial and military vessels is a global priority. China's militarization of Mischief Reef and its harassment of foreign vessels have cast a shadow over this freedom, prompting fears of restricted access or outright blockades. Upholding the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, is seen as critical not only for resolving disputes, but for maintaining peace and stability across the Indo-Pacific. The international community has repeatedly emphasized the need for all parties to adhere to the rule of law. In recent years, global powers have stressed that the PCA ruling, while unenforceable, serves as a legal benchmark that must be respected to preserve the integrity of international maritime law. The United States has taken a leading role in countering China's assertiveness, conducting regular freedom of navigation operations, FONOPs, in the South China Sea. These patrols, often near disputed features like Mischief Reef, are designed to challenge Beijing's excessive maritime claims and affirm the rights of all nations to operate in international waters. U.S. allies such as Japan, Australia, and the United Kingdom have also joined these efforts, conducting joint naval exercises to demonstrate a unified front. Beyond military actions, Western nations have provided diplomatic and economic support to Southeast Asian states, empowering them to resist Chinese coercion. In 2024, the G7 issued a strong statement reaffirming the importance of a free and open Indo-Pacific and condemning actions that undermine regional stability. International organizations have also weighed in on the South China Sea dispute. ASEAN has consistently issued statements calling for peace, stability, and adherence to international law, though its language has often been cautious to avoid alienating China. The UN has refrained from taking a direct role, but its specialized tribunals, such as the PCA, have provided a legal framework for resolving disputes. More pointedly, the European Union, NATO, and other global bodies have expressed solidarity with Southeast Asian nations, emphasizing the importance of multilateralism in addressing the South China Sea issue. Resolutions from the European Parliament and joint statements from Quad members, Australia, India, Japan, and the US, have further highlighted the stakes of the dispute for global security. The South China Sea represents a litmus test for the international community's ability to uphold the rule of law and resist unilateral aggression. For smaller claimant states, global involvement provides a critical counterweight to China's dominance. For major powers, the dispute is part of a broader contest over the shape of the 21st century world order, one defined by rules, not raw power. As the situation at Mischief Reef and beyond continues to evolve, the response of the international community will be pivotal in shaping the region's future. In 2012, China and the Philippines faced off over Scarborough Shoal when Philippine authorities attempted to arrest Chinese fishermen within the country's exclusive economic zone. Chinese vessels intervened, leading to a weeks-long standoff that ended with China gaining control of the shoal. This incident set a precedent for China's assertive tactics, including deploying maritime militias to reinforce claims. The South China Sea accounts for 12% of the global fish catch, making it a critical resource. Filipino fishermen near Mischief Reef face harassment from Chinese vessels, often backed by Beijing's maritime militia. Incidents like the 2019 ramming of a Filipino fishing boat near Recto Bank highlight the human toll of the dispute. China's overfishing has depleted stocks, severely impacting local livelihoods in the Philippines, Vietnam, and Malaysia. The South China Sea is estimated to hold 11 billion barrels of oil and 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. China's interference has derailed Philippine energy projects, while Beijing continues unilateral drilling. These actions fuel diplomatic protests and naval confrontations as seen in disputes with Vietnam and Malaysia. Mischief Reef, now a militarized artificial island, hosts runways, radars, and missile systems, making it a strategic hub for China. The US and allies like Japan and Australia have responded with increased naval patrols and joint military exercises with the Philippines to counter Chinese dominance. For Filipino coastal communities, the Mischief Reef dispute threatens survival. Fishing bans, harassment, and environmental degradation have destroyed coral reefs and depleted fish stocks. Many fishermen, lacking government support, are forced to fish in less productive areas, leading to financial and social hardship. In 2025, tensions surrounding Mischief Reef in the South China Sea remain high. China has significantly increased its maritime militia presence at the reef, aiming to assert control and deter Philippine resupply missions to nearby outposts. This escalation has led to heightened confrontations between Chinese and Philippine forces, raising concerns about potential conflicts involving regional allies such as the United States. In response, the Philippines has enacted new legislation to reaffirm its jurisdiction and resource rights in its maritime territories, including areas encompassing Mischief Reef.
The first law is the Philippine Maritime Zones Act, which clearly defines the extent of our maritime entitlements and fully declares their metes and bounds in accordance with our Constitution and with the UNCLOS. Our people, especially our fisherfolk, should be able to pursue their livelihood free from uncertainty and harassment.
These moves have been met with strong protests from China, which continues to assert expansive claims over nearly the entire South China Sea. The South China Sea remains a volatile region, with the risk of miscalculation or accidental clashes increasing due to the dense presence of military and civilian vessels from multiple nations. China's continued militarization of features like Mischief Reef, coupled with its development of new island-building technologies, suggests a potential for further escalation. The Philippines' recent legislative actions to demarcate its maritime zones may lead to more assertive enforcement of its claims, potentially resulting in direct confrontations with Chinese forces. Additionally, the involvement of external powers conducting freedom of navigation operations in the area adds another layer of complexity to the dispute. Despite the escalating tensions, diplomatic avenues remain crucial for de-escalation. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, continues to advocate for a legally binding code of conduct in the South China Sea, though progress has been slow. Confidence-building measures, such as joint resource exploration and agreements on fishing rights, could serve as initial steps toward easing tensions. International legal mechanisms, including the 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling, provide a framework for resolving disputes, though enforcement remains a challenge. Greater involvement from global powers advocating for the rule of law could pressure claimant nations to adhere to international norms. The situation at Mischief Reef exemplifies the broader challenges in the South China Sea, a region where strategic interests, national pride, and international law intersect. The actions taken by China and the Philippines in recent months have heightened tensions, underscoring the need for effective diplomatic engagement and adherence to international legal frameworks. The future of Mischief Reef and the broader South China Sea will depend on the collective resolve of nations to manage their disputes peacefully and cooperatively. The international community's commitment to upholding the rule of law and ensuring freedom of navigation will play a pivotal role in shaping the region's stability in the years to come. Thank you for tuning into our channel. If you enjoyed the video, please remember to like, share it with your friends, and subscribe to our channel for more in-depth analysis of global issues. Spratly Islands, a disputed archipelago in the South China Sea, stretch off the coasts of Malaysia, southern Vietnam, and the Philippines. This archipelago comprises of islands, islets, cays, and over 100 reefs, sometimes forming sunken ancient atolls. Despite covering an area of over 425,000 square kilometers, the islands have less than 2 square kilometers of naturally occurring land. They were named after British whaling captain Richard Spratly, who sighted Spratly Island in 1843. Strategically located along vital shipping routes, the Spratly Islands present significant geopolitical and economic opportunities, as well as challenges in Southeast Asia. Although largely uninhabited, they are crucial for establishing international borders due to their rich fishing grounds and potential reserves of natural gas and oil. While civilian settlements exist on a few islands, approximately 45 islands, cays, reefs, and shoals host military installations from Malaysia, China, PRC, Taiwan, ROC, the Philippines, and Vietnam. Additionally, Brunei claims an exclusive economic zone encompassing the uninhabited Louisa Reef in the southeastern Spratly Islands. In 1939, the Spratly Islands were coral islets mainly inhabited by seabirds. Though naturally consisting of 19 islands, a 1986 Chinese source notes 14 islands or islets, 6 banks, 113 submerged reefs, 35 underwater banks, and 21 underwater shoals. The northeastern area, known as Dangerous Ground, is perilous for navigation due to its numerous low islands, sunken reefs, and degraded submerged atolls with coral that often rises abruptly from depths exceeding 1,000 meters, 3,000 feet. Each island is a cay, or sand island, formed on an ancient, eroded, and buried coral reef. The Spratly Islands, composed of biogenic carbonate, lack significant agricultural land, and few possess reliable sources of drinkable water. However, their resources include huge reserves of natural gas, oil, seafood, and guano. Economic activities in the region have historically included commercial fishing, shipping, guano mining, and oil and gas extraction, with tourism emerging more recently. Global shipping lanes near the Spratly Islands further enhances their strategic importance. Let us dive deep for a deep analysis of who owns the Spratly Islands. The Spratly Islands, comprising over 100 small islands and reefs, are surrounded by rich fishing grounds and potentially significant gas and oil reserves. Various countries claim parts of the islands. Malaysia and the Philippines have partial claims, while China, Taiwan, and Vietnam claim the entire archipelago. Approximately 45 islands are occupied by relatively small military units from China, Malaysia, the Philippines, Taiwan, and Vietnam. Although Brunei has not officially claimed the southern reef, it has asserted a portion of its continental shelf, overlapping with the reef since 1985, and claims an exclusive economic zone in the area. The territorial dispute over the Spratly Islands involves Brunei, China, Malaysia, the Philippines, Taiwan, and Vietnam, with each nation seeking to advance its territorial claims. This conflict is marked by diplomatic deadlock and military pressure, including the occupation of disputed territories. The majority of the maritime features in the Spratly Islands have multiple names, an international name typically in English, Chinese names that may vary between the PRC and ROC, names used by the Philippines, Vietnam, and Malaysia, and occasionally names with European origins, such as French, Portuguese, Spanish, or British. For example, Spratly Island is also known as Storm Island. The strategic location of the region allows nations to project military power and monitor maritime activity. The Philippines claims part of the region under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, a convention partially ratified by the nations involved in the dispute. However, only China, PRC, Taiwan, ROC, and Vietnam have asserted historical sovereignty over the islands. The People's Republic of China, PRC, bases its claims to the Spratly Islands on historical evidence rather than the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS. Despite signing the UNCLOS on July 29, 1994, the PRC maintains that it owns the entirety of the Spratly Islands. Similarly, the Republic of China, ROC, which governed mainland China until 1949 and has since been limited to Taiwan, claims all the Spratly Islands. China asserts that the islands were discovered during the Han Dynasty in 2 BC and supposedly marked on maps from the Eastern Han and Eastern Wu periods. However, there are no surviving maps from these eras, leaving the current Chinese government to substantiate these claims. The Yuanqi, an official history commissioned by the Ming Dynasty in 1369, suggests that several islands, possibly the Spratlys, were considered Chinese territory since the Yuan Dynasty in the 12th century. Maps from the Qing dynasty, 1755 to 1912, also reportedly marked these islands as Chinese territory. Archaeological findings of Chinese coins and pottery in the islands are used as evidence by the PRC, although these artifacts likely came from passing Chinese junks. In the 19th century, Europeans noted that Chinese fishermen from Hainan spent part of the year in the Spratlys. The British made the first formal legal claims in 1877. China protested German surveying efforts in 1883 and dispatched naval missions to the islands in 1902 and 1907, marking them with flags and monuments. The Republic of China, which succeeded the Qing dynasty, continued to assert sovereignty over the Spratlys and Paracels. Japan took control of the islands from France in 1939, but after World War II, the Allied forces designated the Republic of China to accept Japanese surrenders in these islands. The Republic of China garrisoned Itu Aba, Taiping Island, in 1946, raising Chinese flags and establishing markers, despite French objections. The ROC's 1947 map depicted its U-shaped claim over the entire South China Sea, including the Spratlys and Paracels. Taiwan maintained a garrison on Itu Aba from 1946 to 1950 and resumed it in 1956, considered an effective occupation of the islands. Despite the PRC providing geographic baselines to the UN in 1996, excluding the Spratlys, Taiwan resisted Philippine attempts to establish a presence in the islands before 1971. In 2024, China continued to assert its claims over the Spratly Islands, citing historical sovereignty based on ancient maps and records. The Chinese government argues that these documents demonstrate a long-standing presence and control, justifying their contemporary claims. This forms part of China's broader strategy to establish dominance in the South China Sea. Despite overlapping claims from the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, and Taiwan, China's expansive claim is encapsulated by the new 10-dash line, covering approximately 90% of the South China Sea. Despite a 2016 ruling by the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague, which found no legal basis for China's extensive claims, Beijing rejected the decision and continued to build and militarize artificial islands in the Spratlys. This includes constructing runways, missile systems, and other military infrastructure, significantly increasing regional tensions. Diplomatically, China has engaged in prolonged negotiations with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, to establish a code of conduct for the South China Sea, though progress remains slow and contentious.
China and ASEAN countries enjoy geographical proximity and close affinity.